Chapter 289. Lung Air fiercely said, "I'll buy 10 for you later." As she said that, her hands had already reached for Chi-Yu's waist. "You don't have to be so direct." Chi-Yu was startled, but Lung Air was just that direct. Belt, pants, everything was instantly destroyed in her hands. In the next moment, Lung Air's body suddenly became heavy, directly pressing down on Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu's face revealed a trace of a naughty smile. "You're forcing yourself on me. This won't do. This is the specialty of us men." As he said that, he held Lung Air's slender and elastic waist with one hand and supported her plump buttocks with the other. With a slight force, he had already pressed Lung Air against the wall, tightly pressing her delicate body against it. A faint red light floated out, igniting Lung Air's clothes. Chi-Yu lightly blew, and Lung Air's clothes had already turned into powder. Relying on Kieran's true fire to melt her clothes, it did not cause any harm to her body. The degree of energy control could only be described as divine. Lung Air looked at the overbearing Chi-Yu, and her gaze gradually softened. Her hands that were hugging Chi-Yu's neck slowly relaxed, and tears quietly flowed down her face. Slowly closing her pink eyes, she softly said, "Kiss me." Chi-Yu had a very good impression of Lung Air. Lung Air had saved him and helped him before. Such a beauty, only asking for a night of love, no man would refuse. Especially when he came to the Dark Parliament again. When he saw Lung Air crying for him, his heart was only left with tenderness. Lowering his head, he somewhat rudely kissed Lung Air's delicate lips. In that instant, the doppelganger whose hardness was comparable to Xuan Yuan's sword had already rushed into the center of the beautiful petals. Lung Air let out a muffled groan, turned her head, and bit Chi-Yu's shoulder again. She pounded his back with both hands. "Bastard, you bastard!" Ever since the start of the mission, Chi-Yu's nerves had been on high alert. At this moment, he could finally relax completely. He could relax in Lung Air's beautiful body. "I'm a bastard, but a cute one. You'll understand soon enough." What answered Chi-Yu was a series of soft gasps. The electric motor was running at full speed, and the seamless contact sent them into a wonderful world. Spring came and went. Even in the cold world of the Dark Parliament, there seemed to be some warmth at this time. A faint light surrounded the two of them. Time was no longer something they could think about, be it Chi-Yu or Lung Air. Lung Air's body was very cold. Even in the midst of the flower petals, she was still very cold. However, the amount of nectar was more than that of a normal human. The special stimulation and intense squirming caused Chi-Yu to be intoxicated. When Lung Air reached the peak for the last time, she could no longer hold on, and her whole body went limp in Chi-Yu's arms. Feeling the scorching life essence hitting the most vulnerable and sensitive part of her body, Lung Air could only murmur. No matter how strong a person was, they could only gasp for breath at this moment. The two of them remained in the same position, neither willing to move even the slightest bit. After an unknown amount of time, Lung Air, who was lying on Chi-Yu's shoulder, said as if she was sleep-talking, "Do you and your girlfriends all do this?" Chi-Yu didn't answer, and only used his head to gently touch Lung Air's delicate face. "Chi-Yu, I regret it," Lung Air suddenly said. "Regret? Regret what?" Chi-Yu raised his head and looked at Lung Air, who had been moaning in his arms for a long time. His ability in that area was indeed very strong. Even though Lung Air was the princess of hell, her physical condition was far superior to that of an ordinary human woman. But at this time, Lung Air had completely lost the ability to fight, but Chi-Yu was still full of energy. Lung Air looked at him and said, "I regret only saying it for one day. I don't want to be husband and wife with you for only one day. I want to be with you forever." Chi-Yu looked at Lung Air, dumbfounded, and couldn't speak for a moment. Lung Air's gaze was very firm. Looking at Chi-Yu, there was only deep love in her eyes. "Chi-Yu, take me away. I'll elope with you, okay? Aren't you afraid that Satan will chase after us?" Chi-Yu looked at Lung Air calmly. Lung Air shook her head. "No, even a tiger will not eat its cubs. Even if Father chases after us, he can't really kill us." Chi-Yu smiled indifferently and said, "All right, I'll take you away." I'm not afraid of Satan. As long as you're willing, I can take you away. But if in the future I stand on the opposite side of your father, what will you do? Long Air's delicate body slightly trembled. Why? Why is the heavens so unfair to me, the great god of darkness? Why must you tease me like this? After thousands of years, I finally found someone I like, but I have to stand on the opposite side of him. Chi-Yu, you know that I can't convince Father, and I also know that I can't convince you. But I really don't want to see you and Father meet on the battlefield. I'm selfish, forgive me. Chi-Yu, forgive my selfishness. Chi-Yu gently stroked Long Air's smooth face and said softly, You didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing wrong with loving someone. We can only say that we were born in the wrong era. Come with me. I'll bear all the consequences. I am your man, so I should bear all of this. If your father really comes to this world in the future and becomes my enemy, no matter how he treats me, I promise you that as long as he doesn't harm my family or friends, I won't kill him. Man, he is my man. Lung Air's eyes were mesmerized as she looked at Chi-Yu. She slowly touched her chest. On Lung Air's body, there was only one piece of jewelry. It was a silver necklace inlaid with small black gems. At the bottom of the necklace, there was a pink necklace pendant made entirely out of a single gem. It maintained the shape of a hexagram, and there seemed to be a pink mist circulating within it. No one, not even Chi-Yu, was able to see everything clearly. The illusory light continued to surge around him, and Chi-Yu could not even tell if his body was moving or not. At the last moment, Lung Air said that she didn't want to see Satan sad. In other words, she couldn't leave her father. She said that he was selfish because she didn't want him to leave. If that was the case, then there was only one reasonable explanation. Thinking of this, Chi-Yu's eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth revealed a domineering smile. Lung Air, you want to imprison me? Is it really that easy? Herein phantom, wind, thunder, movement, the water and fire thundercloud force converged, and Chi-Yu's body suddenly became illusory. His body gently swayed, and he no longer looked real. Green light circulated, and a tyrannical tornado quickly revolved around his body. Then, purple lightning circled around him, and muffled thunderous roars continuously erupted from his body. You want to bind me? Let's see if you have the power to bind me. A domineering aura suddenly erupted from Chi-Yu's body, and the energy in his body instantly expanded. With the super recovery ability of the origin of nature and his powerful strength as a backup, compared to before, the usage of energy could be said to be extravagant. With Chi-Yu's body as the epicenter, a purplish-green energy vortex instantly erupted. Thunderous booms rang out as his tyrannical aura expanded. The magical radiance around him was on the verge of collapsing amidst the violent wind and thunder. The rapid expansion of the thunderous booms allowed Chi-Yu to regain his sense of reality. Ordinary Chi-Lents would naturally emit a domineering aura after reaching the Nine Cloud Realm. Chi-Lents that had reached this level of strength had a special title, the Tyrant Chi-Lent. The aura that Chi-Yu was currently emitting was the supreme energy of the Tyrant Chi-Lent, giving off an imposing aura that said, If I can't do it, who can? Chi-Yu, no. Lung Air's scream came from all directions, but her voice came a little too late. The domineering greenish-purple light erupted in an instant, and the entire space was filled with rolling thunder. The feeling of nothingness disappeared, but at this moment, Chi-Yu was shocked to find that his vision had turned blank. Then, a strong feeling of distortion came over him. Even with his strength, he had to concentrate all his energy around his body to resist it. The strong pulling force forced Chi-Yu to let nature take its course. He suddenly realized that this did not seem to be a restricted space. His spiritual power probed and told him that his body was in a state of unprecedented speed. As for why this was happening, Chi-Yu could not understand at all. The feeling of distortion seemed to be tearing him apart. Lung Air's last scream kept ringing in his ears, but it was getting softer and softer until it disappeared. Kieran's origin energy was strong after all. Although the twisting energy was like the waves of the sea that constantly slapped against Chi-Yu's body, He was like a proud and aloof little boat. No matter how strong the wind and the waves were, he still stood tall. A faint light flashed, and a faint, strong light appeared in Chiyu's eyes. With a low shout, Kirin floated up. This time, he chose the fire thundercloud force. The combination of the fire thundercloud force and the wind thundercloud force. The wind aided the fire, and the wind and the fire calamity. The greenish-red energy around his body rippled continuously, and the twisting energy was completely resisted. At the same time, Chiyu activated the energy of the origin of nature in his body and began to try to absorb the energy he needed from this strange space. Chiyu's expression changed because he was shocked to find that there was no energy in such a huge twisting force. Even his origin of nature could not absorb it at all. What was going on? Without the continuous support of energy, no matter how strong he was, there would be a time when he would be exhausted. If only he still had the Xinyuan sword by his side. Chi could not help but sigh in his heart. Although this space was strange, it might not be able to show off in front of the sharp Xinyuan sword. Any energy of the domain was just a joke in front of the Xinyuan sword. Unless the total energy of the domain was greater than him and the Xinyuan sword. However, it was easier said than done. Even the Bull Demon King might not be able to do it. Suddenly, the twisting force disappeared, but Chiyu's body did not feel relaxed. A huge pressure replaced the tearing force, just now, like a mountain pressing down on him from above. Before Chiyu could react, the scenery around him had changed dramatically. Everything in front of him was no longer illusory, but this sudden change in reality surprised Chiyu. His body fell down like a lead. The huge pressure suddenly disappeared, and an indescribable feeling filled his body, causing Chiyu's body to float to the ground. This was a dark world, and the surroundings were flashing with a dark red light. Chiyu was standing on a brownish-black rock, and the almost infinite dark energy around him made him feel very uncomfortable. The rocks on the ground weren't connected together. Instead, they appeared to be cracked, and between the huge rocks, red streams flowed. Those were not flowing rivers, and the scorching airflow told Chiyu that those thin streams were actually formed by magma. What is this place? Chiyu was puzzled. He had fallen from the sky, and subconsciously, he raised his head and looked into the sky. The aura on his body suddenly changed, and the purple sun in the sky that was constantly emitting a strange energy told him everything. Hell, this is hell. Other than this explanation, Chiyu could not think of any other reason. No wonder the feeling just now was so strange, so it turned out that Lung Air had actually sent him to hell. What a smart girl. With her strength, even with Lucifer's help, they might be able to defeat him. But on Earth, it was almost impossible for them to trap him. So, Lung Air chose hell. This was another plane. Chi did not hate Lung Air because he could understand Lung Air's feelings at that time. She did not want to lose him, so she sent him here. Perhaps, when she proposed the condition of being a one-night couple, she had already planned to do this. After having sex, when he was in the most relaxed state emotionally, the path to hell was opened. Only by sending him here, he could not leave, and only then could he be with her. Lung Air, you are really scheming. But will I, Chiyu, really be trapped here? Confidence can only be formed by continuous accumulation. In a few years, Chiyu had grown from a little hooligan to the current world's strongest person. He had encountered too many dangers and had narrowly escaped death several times. He had long trained his mind to be incomparably firm, and even now, when he found himself in a strange and terrifying world, he did not panic. Under the effect of his wrath of gale and thunder, the path to hell seemed to have changed a little, so he was not together with Lung Air. As for where he was now, Chi did not think too much about it. After all, no matter where in hell, to him, it was absolutely unfamiliar. Using his mental strength to protect his body, Chiyu did not carry out any meaningless exploration. After a short moment of surprise, his eyes had already calmed down, and he sat cross-legged on the rock under his feet, feeling the scorching and dark energy around him, and the energy of the source of nature began to circulate. So what if it was hell? The neutral and peaceful energy of the source of nature could still play its role. The first thing he needed to do was to recover his body's energy. Only then would he be able to find his way back. Chiyu knew that he had arrived in this world. He was afraid that his confrontation with Satan would be brought forward. As the Lord of Hell, he would not let himself return to the human world so easily. Thinking of this, he could not help but miss his best comrade, Brother Xinyuan. If only you were still here, how good would it be for us to fight hell together? Chiyu did not consider releasing the Bull Demon King. That was his biggest crisis and also his biggest trump card. He wanted to see, with his strength at the level of an ordinary Ink Kirin 9, whether he could fight Satan or not. Thinking that he was about to face the legendary Great Demon King, Chiyu's blood was boiling, and his strong desire to fight was as eager as his heart. No, Chiyu, why were you so stupid? Lung Air floated down with tears streaming down her face. She had also returned. She had returned to the place where she was born and raised. Although the surrounding dark energy gave her an incomparably comfortable energy, her heart felt like it was breaking. Chiyu, where are you? Do you think that I am the same as Yamu, that I am framing you? No, that's not it. Chiyu, I only want to be with you forever. Even if I have to stay in hell forever and never go to the human world, as long as I can be with you. I am also satisfied. Lung Air's heart trembled as tears and sorrow flowed down her cheeks. Lung Air was currently in front of a huge ancient castle. The ancient castle looked very strange because it was a black mountain. It was as if this ancient castle was carved by the world's most outstanding sculptor, using this incomparably tall black mountain as the raw material. The entire ancient castle was actually more than 1,000 meters tall. This was absolutely impossible in the human world. However, in this terrifying world, it just happened to appear. The purple sun in the sky was located directly above the castle. In this world, there was no rotation like the Earth, and there was no revolution. The center of the purple sun was the place where the dark energy in the entire hell world was the most abundant. Standing in front of the castle, Lung Air's shoulders shook as she sobbed. At this moment, groups of black giants had already appeared around her. These giants were actually more than 10 meters tall. Even the Jilly people had to be at least at the level of Devourer to be comparable to them. Although there were not many of them, there was only a small group of 10 of them, but the aura they emitted was very strong. If one looked closely, they could clearly see that their bodies were actually made of rocks. Only the cracks between the rocks emitted a layer of dark green flames, which, like their eyes, constantly emitted rays of light. That's right, the giants that appeared next to Lung Air were the main combat force of the Hellworld's army. They were also the soldiers with the strongest defense in Hellworld, the Burning Giants. Their bodies had extremely strong resistance, and their bodies were their most terrifying weapons. Only Satan's Demon King's castle would use such a powerful warrior as a guard. These Burning Giants obviously knew Lung Air as they stood there quietly. They only had low-level intelligence, and each small group of Burning Giants was controlled by a Burning Hell envoy. Green flames rose up, bringing with them a black energy, quietly landed next to Lung Air, and a respectful voice sounded. Your Highness, you're back. His Majesty sensed your aura and wants you to see him. Wiping away the tears in her eyes, Lung Air's gentleness in front of Chi completely disappeared, and she said coldly, I know. Her 6 wings fluttered in the air. Only in her own hell world was she the most powerful. The 6 black wings carried her graceful and delicate body, drawing a beautiful path, flying towards the top of the Demon King's citadel. There was a ban in the Demon King castle. Any race of hell was forbidden to fly more than 10 meters within 1,000 miles of the Demon King castle. Otherwise, there would only be one result, and that was destruction. There were only 2 exceptions to this ban, 2 exceptions other than Satan. One was Satan's most capable subordinate, the fallen angel Lucifer, and the other was Satan's only daughter, Salaire. No one dared to stop the hidden power of hell, and no one would stop this princess of hell. Lung Air's delicate body. Very quickly, she disappeared at the huge window at the top of the Demon King castle. The Burning Giants continued their patrol, and the purple sun in the sky seemed to become even more dazzling. Floating down, the 6 wings automatically retracted, and Lung Air quietly walked in the huge and long corridor of the Demon King Castle. When she arrived in front of a large door, she stopped. The heavy stone door was also black. The height of the stone door was more than 10 meters, and even Lung Air's slender body looked so small in front of this huge stone door. Lung Air looked up at the complicated lines on the stone door, took a deep breath, and tried to make her voice as gentle as possible. "Father, I'm back." The stone door quietly opened, without making a sound. The Demon King's palace, the most majestic place in the infernal world, and also the place where the great Demon King Satan resided. This was the place where all the highest orders in the infernal world were issued, and also the symbol of the pinnacle of power in the infernal world. The Demon King's palace was very spacious, and according to Earth's calculations, although this huge palace was at the peak of the castle, its area was not the least bit smaller than Athena's Parthenon. However, compared to Parthenon, this place had a completely different feeling. All the decorations were made of black rocks, and neat green flames brought some light to this huge, dark temple. In the entire Demon King's palace, there was only one chair. Only one chair was needed, because, other than the highest ruler of hell, who else could sit here? The chair was very tall, more than 7 meters tall, and twice as wide. It was made of thick stone and seemed to be carved from a special kind of stone. Although it was also black, this chair actually emitted the same dark energy as the purple sun. At this moment, on the huge chair, there was only one person, a tall and sturdy giant. His height was actually close to 15 meters, and even though he was sitting there, he looked as majestic as a small mountain. The entire Demon King's palace, the deeper one went, the darker it got. That huge figure was completely shrouded in darkness. One could only see the rough shape, but not his appearance. "Lung Air, you're back. Why is my daughter so sad?" The dignified voice didn't sound like the Demon King, but more like a dignified monarch. Of course, the great Demon King Satan was the only monarch in the infernal world. "Father." Lung Air's eyes reddened, and with one foot on the ground, she floated to the front of the huge, dark chair and knelt on one knee. Lung Air's eyes reddened again. Her father was her only relative. In the eyes of others, he was the great Demon King, but in her eyes, he was only her relative. A circle of black energy spread out from Satan's hand, and Lung Air's body was lifted from the ground, brought in front of him, and quietly sat on his knees. The dignified voice became much gentler. "My daughter, this is the first time I've seen you so sad. Could it be that the love that only exists in the human world has really infected my most beloved Lung Air?" Lung Air slowly lowered her head and leaned in her father's broad embrace. "Father, I don't know, I really don't know." Satan indifferently said, "I've already heard about your matter from Lucifer. I really didn't expect that my daughter would actually fall in love with a human. And this human even rejected my daughter's feelings. Good, this is really good. When that day comes, I'd like to see how the humans in that world are capable of making my daughter sad." Lung Air raised her head and looked at her father. "Father, is that day coming soon?" Satan nodded and said, "Darkness is about to descend on the human world. I have already negotiated with the experts of another plane. When that day comes, it will be the moment when we bring darkness to the human world and rule the earth. At that time, no one can stop our advance. Even those old fellows from the heavenly realm can't." "Father, do we really have to go to Earth? That place doesn't belong to us. Only in the infernal world can we live better." Satan's voice became a bit colder. "This doesn't sound like something my daughter would say. Lung Air, you've changed. Your heart has become weak because of that human. That's right, the human world is indeed not suitable for us to live in. However, if the human world becomes another infernal world, everything will change. You can't not know that the human world has many things that we need. Those lowly humans, all kinds of negative emotions are what we need the most. At the same time, only there can our infernal world develop even more. After all, the earth is the foundation of our various planes, whether it's us or the heavenly realm. Unfortunately, the heavenly realm is becoming weaker and smaller, they simply can't stop our advance. Especially when that day comes, there won't be anything that can contend against us. Lung-air didn't dare to continue speaking. Although her father was still holding her body, she could feel the aura of a demon king from her father. A demon king couldn't be disobeyed, even if it was her. Lung, I heard from Lucifer that in the human world, there are many experts in the East who are likely to become our biggest obstacle. And a human that you like belongs to the East? Lung-air was stunned for a moment. She suddenly felt an inexplicable fear. No, Father, they won't be a threat to us. No one can stop the great demon king's advance. Satan said indifferently. However, all enemies that may become an obstacle must be eliminated, no matter who they are. Lung-air, let go of your heart. Humans aren't suitable for you. You are my daughter and also my successor. One day, when my ability can reach the level of passing through the void, I will leave this world, and the position of the great demon king will be inherited by you. If you continue to be like this and be confused by human feelings, you are not worthy to be my daughter. Do you understand? Chapter 290. Satan's voice became a bit gentler. The Dark General's clan is the clan closest to humans in our infernal world, and there is no lack of outstanding talents. Lung-air, since you are already infected with human feelings, then let Daddy choose a prince to serve you in bed. I think, no matter how good humans are, it is impossible for them to be as outstanding as the Dark General's clan of our infernal world. Of course, if you are willing, Daddy can choose more talents from the infernal world. After all, my daughter is so outstanding, no matter how many male pets there are, it is only right. After all, my daughter is so outstanding, no matter how many male pets there are, it is only right. No, Daddy, I don't want it. Lung-air screamed in fear. Satan's aura changed. I have already decided on this matter. It is not up to you to change it. All right, you can go now. Since you have returned, the wedding time is set for noon 3 days later. Under the witness of the purple sun, my daughter will marry your prince. In the future, he will assist you to become a queen. This is my decision, and it cannot be changed. Lung-air was stunned. She was completely stunned. She never thought that her father would make such a rash decision. The Dark General's clan was undoubtedly the most outstanding clan in the infernal world. Back then, Satan stood out from the Dark General's clan. It could also be said that they were the royal clan of the entire infernal world. In the infernal world, the only clan that used the number of feather plums to measure strength was the Dark Generals. Their clan name was not originally like this. It was precisely because of their strength that every member of the Dark General's clan could become a general of the infernal world, which was why they were given this title by Satan. At the same time, the appearance of the Dark General's clan was also the closest to humans. However, they were not humans after all. Lung-air wanted to say something, but Satan suddenly raised his hand. An irresistible force wrapped around Lung-air's delicate body and sent her out of the Demon King's palace. The enormous energy was simply not something that Lung-air's strength could resist. A black silhouette appeared beside Lung-air, its 8 wings gently flapping. Satan's voice came out. Lucifer, look after Lung-air. Before the wedding is over, she is not allowed to leave the Demon King's castle. Yes, Your Majesty, Lucifer said. He actually came back. Lung-air turned to look at Lucifer's calm expression. She understood. Everything that happened was obviously caused by Lucifer. He must have said something to his father. That was why her father was so careless in allowing her to marry a prince. However, he had just returned. Lucifer looked at Lung-air indifferently and said, Your Highness, please return to your chambers. You need to rest well before the wedding. Lung-air looked at Lucifer angrily. Uncle Lucifer, why? Tell me why. Lucifer said proudly. How can the princess of hell marry a human? Your Highness, if my guess is correct, you want to take that human back to the infernal realm? However, hell was about to descend upon the human world, and darkness would envelop the earth. Be it His Majesty or me, they would never allow a human to affect the mood of the Crown Prince of Hell. However, the human is indeed powerful. I believe that even Her Royal Highness could not bring him back successfully. Lung-air's pupils suddenly shrank. She had already sensed some kind of conspiracy. At the same time, she deeply regretted bringing Chiyu to this world. If it wasn't for Chiyu launching an energy attack midway, perhaps, when he had just returned to the front of the Demon King's castle with her, he would have been greeted with a huge trap. Lungair did not resist and quietly returned to her palace. The gap in strength made it impossible for her to resist Lucifer's power. At this moment, there was only one thought in her mind. Chiyu, where are you? Where are you? Save me. Even if I have to return to the human world with you and elope with you, I will never be trapped in a cage. Even if I have to marry, I will only marry you. After Lucifer sent Lungair back to her palace, he returned to the Demon King's palace. Your Majesty, Her Royal Highness has returned to her chambers. With my restriction, she will not be able to leave. Lucifer said respectfully. Satan slowly stood up and walked down from his throne. Under the cover of the green flames, his incomparably tall figure unexpectedly had a handsome face. Demons were not always ugly, at least not His Majesty Satan. His appearance was actually 80% similar to a human. Only the two horns growing on his head were not something that a human could have. You have done a good job this time. However, your judgment is still wrong. How could my daughter bring a human back to the hell world? That day is coming, and Lungair's current condition makes me very worried. Lucifer, you have watched Lungair grow up. You have to comfort her. Do you understand? Lucifer nodded and said, But Your Majesty, I feel that it would be better if Her Royal Highness brought that human back this time. Oh. Satan looked at Lucifer with some surprise, revealing a questioning gaze. Lucifer said, That human strength is something that even I did not expect. The first time I faced him, he was not a match for me at all. It was only when he suddenly summoned an unfathomable expert that he defeated me. However, when I saw him again, he had completely changed. In particular, when that small planet was approaching, he actually forcibly restrained the energy of a large number of human powerhouses and used a human artifact to forcibly change the direction of the small planet's advance. Let alone me. I'm afraid that even Your Majesty would not be able to do that. However, that person did it. Just when we all thought that he was dead, he turned around. It was also at that time that I had no choice but to immediately report to Your Majesty. If my guess is correct, this human will definitely become our great enemy in the future. If Miss can bring him back this time, we can take advantage of the fact that he is alone to destroy him. Otherwise, once this human is together with his companions, his strength will be immeasurable. After listening to Lucifer's words, Satan's face gradually sank. To think that my hell will rule the dark world for thousands of years. Do you think that I will be afraid of a human? Lucifer, you have regressed. Not only has your strength not improved at all these years, but even your confidence in winning has also disappeared. If it were not for the fact that the great plan is about to unfold, I would have punished you by sending you to the Demon's Canyon to train. After listening to Satan's words, Lucifer's originally pale face suddenly became a little pale. He subconsciously took a few steps back and said with some fear, No, Your Majesty, what I said is the truth. The human must attract enough attention from you. This time I went to the human world, I learned more about the strength of humans. If we can destroy this king of the Eastern humans, it will indeed be of great benefit, and all obstacles will no longer be important. Your Majesty, you have to think twice. Satan said coldly, All right, it's too late to say anything now. I can't go to the human world yet, and you can't destroy this human. What's the use of saying this? Go down, take good care of Lungair, and at the same time, prepare for the wedding. This will be the greatest joy before my hell shrouds the human world. After this, the Burning Legion should also be ready to go. Lucifer secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, Your Majesty. After saying that, Lucifer turned around and walked out. He had only taken 2 steps, but he was suddenly stopped by Satan. Wait a minute. Lucifer stopped in his tracks, turned around and said, Your Majesty, do you have any other orders? Satan's voice suddenly became a little strange. Go, the audio and video system from the human world that Lungair brought back last time is really not bad. How's the thing I asked you to do? As he spoke, he stretched out his huge right hand and rubbed his thumb, middle finger, and index finger. If Chi Yu was here and saw Satan's actions, he would probably be even more shocked than Lung Er, bringing him to the infernal realm. Satan's appearance was obviously like a high-ranking person asking for a bribe. Lucifer chuckled and said, "There are indeed many things in the human world that our infernal realm does not have. However, when we unify the human world, after darkness descends upon the human world, everything in the human world will belong to your majesty." As he spoke these high-sounding words, Lucifer quietly came to Satan's side and stuffed a large stack of discs into Satan's hands. Only then did he leave the Demon King's palace. Satan raised his hand and looked at the discs in his hand. There was a trace of obsession in his eyes. Transformers, great. This is the Transformers I want to see the most. The trailer on the disc that he watched last time was simply too exciting. Haha, for the sake of Transformers, I will also conquer the human world. I will let these guys who are looking for actors and whatnot make more movies for me to watch. If the directors on Earth knew that the dignified great Demon King Satan was actually a movie fan, who knew if they would still be proud of the movies they made? If they knew that being able to watch movies more easily was a very important reason for Satan to want to conquer the human world, perhaps they would commit mass suicide. Opening his eyes, Chi Yu's gaze became clearer. Since the qualitative change of the source of nature's energy, the pressure that the dark energy could exert on Chi Yu had become very limited. Standing up and stretching his body, Chi Yu began to carefully observe the surrounding situation. His strength had been completely restored. What he needed to do now was to find a way back to the human world. As for how to go back, the most important thing was obviously Lung Er. Except for Lung Er, who might help him. Perhaps in this world full of dark energy, other creatures would be his enemies. But where was Lung Er? Just now, after the last cultivation to fully restore his energy, Chi Yu had released his mental strength to the maximum extent to see if he could find Lung Er's aura. However, he was soon disappointed. This was because when his mental strength expanded to a certain extent, it would encounter a very strong obstruction. And this obstruction could not be broken with his strength. Therefore, he could only search for it now. As for how to find Chi Yu, the method was very simple. Go in one direction, and there will always be some clues. After careful observation, Chi Yu found that he was now in the terrain of a basin. It was surrounded by black mountain peaks, or more appropriately, hills. These mountains were not more than 500 meters high. If it was in the human world, according to geography, it should be a hilly area. The magma between the rocks under his feet seemed to be continuously gathering in one direction, and this direction was the only way out of the basin. There was a narrow valley between the two mountains, and the magma was flowing in that direction. With the flow of energy, Chi Yu floated forward. He did not fly, because he did not know what kind of danger he might encounter in the hell world. If he flew in the air, his body would be greatly affected by the purple sun, and at the same time, it would be easier for him to expose himself. Therefore, he chose to jump. The distance between the rocks was very close, and the rivers formed by the magma were only slightly more than a meter wide. If one did not consider the heat, even an ordinary person would be able to easily cross it. Under the effect of the thundercloud force, Chi Yu's body was as light as a leaf. Every time he lightly touched the rocks, he floated forward like an arrow. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without any delay. Soon, Chi Yu arrived at the narrow valley between the hills. When he reached the edge of the narrow valley, his pupils involuntarily contracted. The surrounding air became even hotter. The purple sun in the sky also seemed to become even more dazzling. At this moment, what appeared in front of Chi Yu was a thick smell of blood. The terrain at the entrance of the narrow valley was straight down, and all the magma gathered here and flowed downwards. It was actually a drop of close to 1,000 meters. Looking down from above, the magma actually formed a strange waterfall. There was no heat coming from it, but the magma that was mixed with a large amount of dark energy was extremely terrifying. Even Chi Yu did not dare to casually come into contact with the tyrannical power of nature in the hell world. There was a very strange resistance at the entrance of the narrow valley. This resistance was very strong, like an invisible wall. Chi Yu's eyes flashed. He did not know how this wall was formed. However, he could vaguely feel a special energy fluctuation in this narrow valley. There were definitely creatures below, and there were also plants that belonged to the hell world. This was the answer that the origin of nature told him. The surrounding hills could naturally be climbed, but the hills brought a strong pressure to Chi Yu. He did not know how this pressure was produced. However, he could vaguely feel that the danger that might appear on the hill was enough to make him feel fear. This was very unusual. His sharp intuition told Chi Yu that this narrow valley in front of him was the only place that could possibly have a chance of survival. He had always believed in his intuition, just like how he believed in Master Zagru's predictions. Therefore, Chi Yu very quickly made his choice: enter the narrow valley. Floating up, Chi Yu's body changed from its original position to a horizontal position, parallel to the ground. Immediately after, Chi Yu's body began to spin rapidly as a green light burst out from his body. A horizontal tornado was something that could not possibly appear in nature. However, at this moment, in front of the magma narrow valley in front of him, a strange scene happened to appear. The green cone-shaped tornado spun horizontally. Generally, the center of the tornado was the place with the least wind, but under the control of Chi Yu's energy, the situation was exactly the opposite. The faint light flickered, and the sharp green tornado was like a sharp awl, constantly attacking the obstacles in front of it. Ear-piercing sounds of friction could be heard, and the huge energy impact seemed to make the whole valley tremble violently. The power of the barrier far exceeded Chi Yu's expectations. He was surprised to find that the energy form of the barrier in front of him was very strange. As he attacked with his energy, the invisible barrier in front of him seemed to be completely connected with the surrounding hills. Every time Chi Yu collided with the barrier in front of him, it was not only the barrier in front of him, but also the whole valley. That was why the whole valley trembled. He could not even judge the size of the valley, but the barrier was solid and did not show any signs of damage. The green tornado stopped, and Chi Yu did not waste any more of his energy, but he had a strange idea in his mind. The barrier in front of him seemed to be a kind of sealing energy, which could also be called a domain. If he had the Xianyuan sword, he might be able to break through it with its sharpness, but now the Xianyuan sword was damaged. It was not impossible to force his way in, but there were two problems. First, breaking the seal in front of him by force would definitely cause a huge loss of his energy, and this could be clearly felt from the strength of the seal. Second, if he forcefully broke the seal in front of him, would it cause a chain reaction? Or would it destroy the whole magma valley? If that was really the case, it would definitely not be worth it. This was because if the whole valley was destroyed, then there might be a crisis above the valley, and there might be some changes. When that time came, his strength would be greatly reduced, and if he had to deal with such a change again, it would be hard to guarantee that he would not be injured. After weighing the pros and cons, Chi Yu did not rashly rush in. After thinking quietly for a while, a faint smile gradually appeared on his face. He raised his right hand and slowly pressed on the seal in front of him. Chi Yu did not launch another attack. Instead, he silently felt it with his heart. The seal that could connect the whole valley was undoubtedly very powerful, but at the same time, it could be said that this seal also used the power of nature. Although Chi Yu did not know what the principle was, there must be something special in this strange seal that could integrate with the surrounding environment. Using the power of nature, even if it was the power of nature in the dark world, Chi Yu also had a special idea. A faint light flashed, and the turquoise source of nature floated out, filling Chi Yu's body. Closing his eyes, under the effect of the source of nature, he quickly integrated with the surrounding environment. The faint light flashed, and every time it made Chi Yu have a special feeling in his heart. That was right. He chose to integrate. Since this seal integrated the surrounding power of nature, why couldn't he become a part of the power of nature and integrate with it? Perhaps in this world of hell, even Satan could not use this method to break the seal. But as the source of nature, Chi Yu could. In the continuous transformation of energy, Chi Yu's body shape gradually changed. Every time it changed, his aura became more and more similar to everything around him. Gradually, the sense of repulsion in front of him gradually weakened, and Chi Yu's body had completely integrated into this world. His body became light, and unknowingly, Chi Yu had already passed through the invisible barrier. The previously incomparably strong barrier had now become thin air. His feet became light, and his body fell rapidly, falling toward the magma waterfall. The thundercloud force operated on its own, and the effect of integration was withdrawn. Chi Yu became himself again, but at this time, he was already in another world. Floating in the air, he followed the direction of the magma waterfall and headed toward the inside of the canyon. It was right to say that this was another world, because after entering the barrier, the surrounding energy felt completely different. If the previous world of hell was filled with dark energy, then what he was facing now was no longer darkness. In that case, what he was facing now was no longer darkness, but evil, pure evil energy. The abundant evil energy could easily bring about all sorts of negative feelings. Fortunately, Chi Yu's willpower was strong enough, and he could barely resist it. What a strong evil energy, and one state of mind could easily be affected by it. Chi Yu's eyes flickered, and every time he did so, his body would be in a better state. The source of nature's energy and mental strength fused, forming a solid barrier on the surface of his body. It filtered the energy of this world, and at the same time, it completely removed the influence of the evil energy. The distance of 1,000 meters was covered in the blink of an eye. Although Chi Yu was very confident in himself, he was definitely not arrogant. In the first stage, Kirin's true form mutation quietly covered the surface of his skin as he descended. The increase in his defense also made it easier for him to deal with the interference of the external energy aura. With Chi Yu's current strength, he could even support the solar lunisolar star crimson gold armor for a long time. The first stage of Kirin's true form mutation would not burden his energy at all. Chi Yu did not land directly on the ground. In the process of descending, he had already discovered that this was a very special canyon. It was narrow at the bottom and wide at the top. At the bottom of the canyon was a river, or rather a long lake. Of course, the lake was not water, but lava that was filled with dark energy. At the same time, as Chi Yu was descending, he had already sensed danger. It was not danger brought about by any energy, but by gazes, countless gazes. It was the feeling of being locked on. An enemy that could lock onto his body with their aura was enough for Chi Yu to face and not ignore. Therefore, he did not land directly. Instead, he floated in midair and released his mental strength, causing his aura to become erratic, so that the creatures below could not lock onto him. If Long Air was here at this time, she would definitely be so shocked that her beautiful face would turn pale. This was because the place where Chi Yu was now was the Canyon of Demons that Satan had mentioned to Lucifer. Even someone with Lucifer's strength would be inexplicably shocked when he heard about the Canyon of Demons, let alone Long Air. Of course, it was impossible for Chi Yu to know all this. Looking at the creatures below, he did not reveal fear, but surprise. The Canyon of Demons was one of the most famous places in the entire Hell world. The core of the Hell world was naturally the great Demon King Satan's Demon King Castle. However, the Demon King Castle was not the most dangerous place in the entire Hell world. The Canyon of Demons in front of him was. This was a place that devoured living things. Even the great Demon King Satan did not know how it was formed. However, only Satan had the ability to control this place. This was like a natural prison. It was also the most cruel prison. This was because ever since the Canyon of Demons appeared, other than Satan, no one had been able to walk out of this place alive. Even Lucifer did not have that kind of confidence. Only creatures of hell who had angered Satan or made a huge mistake would be sent here. Moreover, they had to be sent here personally by Satan. How could those who had made a huge mistake be weak if they were able to receive Satan's attention? Over the thousands of years, it was unknown how many prisoners on death row had been sent to the Canyon of Demons. Although the lives of these prisoners were passing by, some of them were still alive. There were many creatures in hell, but only a tenth of them had real combat power and could be considered powerful. Among this tenth, only a very small portion were truly strong, which was Satan's burning legion. The creatures in the Canyon of Demons were so powerful that even the burning legion could not resist them. This was Satan's own conclusion. This was because the leader of the Canyon of Demons was his younger brother, who was also the first person he had sent here. Naturally, Chi-Yu did not know much about the Canyon of Demons. However, he had already seen a large number of creatures from afar. What surprised him was that most of these creatures were actually in human form. Although their figures and some special features were different from humans, Chi-Yu still had a good feeling that the first creatures he saw in hell were human-like creatures like lung air. As far as the eye could see, there were almost no hidden corners in this narrow canyon. As far as the eye could see, there were close to 3,000 people in the entire canyon. Most of them were scattered around the canyon. Everyone was waiting quietly and did not communicate with each other. It was only because of Chi-Yu's appearance that they focused their attention on him. However, after a short observation, Chi-Yu immediately discovered a problem. Among these creatures, about a quarter of them were in the middle of the canyon. However, those where the magma lake was the widest. The width of the magma lake naturally meant that there was little space for people to stand on either side. However, this relatively narrow space was filled with a large number of creatures from hell. It was as if they were guarding the center of the magma lake. As Chi-Yu floated down, he had already attracted the attention of many creatures in the canyon. Almost all of their gazes were filled with hostility. Some of them were already shouting at Chi-Yu, while most of them were approaching Chi-Yu. Fly! Fly! More than 10 creatures in the narrow valley suddenly flew up, and their speed was not inferior to that of arrows. Dark red wings spread out from their backs. Even the slowest among them had 4 wings, and 2 of them had 6 wings. Filled with hostility, they surrounded Chi-Yu almost immediately. At the front, which was also facing Chi-Yu, was a creature from hell with 6 wings. It shouted something at Chi-Yu in hell's unique language. Naturally, Chi-Yu could not understand it. He frowned. How was he supposed to communicate like this? Chi-Yu thought to himself. However, the communication was about to begin. He did not use his mouth, but his hands. For creatures from hell pounced at Chi-Yu almost immediately. They looked somewhat similar to Chi-Yu. Their bodies were covered in a layer of black scales, and even their faces were covered. Their messy hair looked dirty, but the wings on their backs were very clean. They were all 4-winged creatures from hell. They were about 3 meters tall. Dark energy that contained intense fire attributes instantly sealed off all of Chi-Yu's possible escape routes. Then, a huge energy wave engulfed Chi-Yu's body. Fight! Chi-Yu sneered and placed his hands behind his back. These creatures from hell were nothing to him. Back when he was still at the 6 cloud level, he had fought against 3 dreadlords. Although those 3 dreadlords were not in their full form, to Chi-Yu, whose strength had increased by several times, these 4-winged creatures could not pose any threat to him at all. Purple lightning mixed with loud thunder suddenly played a glorious movement. Chi-Yu did not move, but his energy was like a homing bullet. Under the guidance of his spiritual power, he accurately found the weakest spot of the 4 creatures from hell. 4 booms sounded, followed by a wave of exclamations. The 4-winged hell warriors were sent flying. Their bodies spasmed in the air and fell to the ground. Their bodies were paralyzed, and they could no longer control their bodies to fly. Their companions, who were also flying in the air, immediately sent 4 people to catch them. The chests of the 4 creatures from hell were already charred black, and there was even lightning energy fluctuating around their bodies. One had to know that lightning energy was the most harmful to hell creatures. This was because lightning was formed from the righteousness of heaven and earth. Even the Een lightning in hell retained this characteristic to a certain extent, let alone Chi-Yu's Kirin's divine lightning. Its effect was not only explosive, but it also used the vast righteousness to dispel the evil Chi on the 4 creatures from hell. Under such circumstances, even if the 4 fellows did not die, their bodies would be severely injured. At the very least, their cultivation would not be able to recover in a short period of time. Chapter 291. Chiyu's gaze followed their bodies and landed on the narrow valley. Suddenly, he discovered that there were many strange plants growing at the edge of the narrow valley. That's right, it was these plants that had transmitted the aura of nature energy to him just now. These plants looked a bit like antlers, but they were purple in color and as thick as an arm. They all grew in the corners of the rock walls below. Since there were plants, things would be easier. For Chiyu, the more plants there were, the more powerful he would be. At the same time, it also meant that it would be possible for him to communicate with them. While he was vigilant of the hell creatures around him, Chiyu's mental strength had already entered the plants, and the source of nature quickly played its role. To Chiyu's relief, even the plants of hell could not escape the scope of the source of nature. Under the influence of the source of nature, these hell plants continuously transmitted language information into Chiyu's mind and imprinted it in his mental strength. Soon, a new language that only belonged to hell was accepted by Chiyu. What did you say? Say it again. Chiyu relied on the memory imprinted in his mind and said the first sentence of hell in his life awkwardly. The six-winged hell creature in front of him was stunned for a moment before it said angrily, "Since you're one of us, and since you're here, why did you dare to attack us? Do you want to return to the embrace of the great god of hell immediately?" Chiyu was stunned. What? I'm one of them? Isn't this too funny? Is it because of the layer of Kirin armor I'm wearing? Although they looked somewhat similar, the scales on their bodies were shaped like fish scales, while the armor on his body was rhombus-shaped. Although the difference was small, it was obviously different. Could it be that these hell creatures have such poor eyesight? However, Chiyu soon understood the problem, because he discovered that the scales of these hell creatures were actually different. Among them, the scales of the two six-winged hell creatures were very regular, and they were all in the shape of fish scales, while the scales of the four-winged hell creatures were not so regular. Most of them looked like fish scales, but a few of them had different shapes. What is this place? Chiyu asked the question in his heart. The six-winged hell creature in front of him said, "You don't even know about the Myriad Demons Valley? I am ashamed of the black warriors out there. However, since you're already here, it's impossible for you to leave. There were also members of other races below. Since you're one of us, why don't you come with us? Do not try to resist, otherwise you will suffer the fiercest attack." This hell creature was obviously suspicious and afraid of the power Chiyu had displayed. As it spoke, the energy gathered around its body only grew stronger, but it did not show any signs of relaxing. Chiyu made a helpless gesture. "Okay, I'll go with you. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do." It wasn't easy for him to learn the language of hell. The first thing he needed now was to understand the earth baggage, and these fellows in front of him, who had recognized him as one of their own, were obviously the best targets to investigate. Therefore, Chiyu did not make any distinction. Hearing that, Chiyu compromised. The hell creatures surrounding him immediately relaxed a lot and brought him down into the canyon. Looking into the canyon, Chiyu only had one feeling, and that was that his eyes were dazzled. The thing that flew up and tried to attack him just now was obviously a race from hell. A dozen people was obviously not a lot among the thousands of hell creatures. However, after really landing, Chiyu found that a dozen of the same creatures already formed a very unique race here, because the number of hell creatures here was 3,000, but there were at least 1,000 races. Their roughly human appearance, coupled with their strange shapes, couldn't help but make this Zodiac king from Earth gasp in amazement. Other than the dozen people just now, almost all of them looked at Chiyu with hostility, but those hell creatures did not attack Chiyu again. There was hesitation in their eyes, and Chiyu felt that these hell creatures seemed to treat him as food. "My name is Masaru. What's your name?" The six-winged hell creature who spoke to Chiyu just now asked Chiyu. His voice was much steadier at this time. Chiyu did not directly answer his question. Instead, he pretended to be afraid and asked, "Will other people hurt me?" Masaru snorted disdainfully and said proudly, "Here we, the Dark General's clan, are the absolute kings. If you were from another clan, You might have been torn to pieces and eaten by now. Not even your bones and dregs would be left. However, since you are a member of the Dark General's clan, I will protect you. However, you have to explain your situation first, and then I will consider whether or not to kill you. Tell me, what's your name? Also, what's with the lightning just now? Chiyu said, lightning is my special ability. My name is Chiyu. Chiyu? What a strange name. Misaru frowned, but when he heard Chiyu say that lightning was his ability, he could not help but feel a little fear in his eyes. No wonder the scales on your body are so uniform, and you can defeat my 4-winged clansmen in a wingless state. So you are a prophet of our clan. However, even a Dark General prophet status in our clan is lower than a 6-winged dreadlord. At this point, his tone had become much gentler, and there was even a hint of joy in it. Chiyu hurriedly nodded and said, of course, I am naturally your subordinate. I am a subordinate now, but I may be the Grim Reaper who will kill you later. Chiyu was very calm. While answering Misaru's words, he quietly observed the hell creatures here, and he could not help but be secretly surprised. The hell creatures here were all very powerful. Although there were only a few at Misaru's level, there were still 3,000 of them. If so many hell creatures came to Earth, what kind of disaster would it be? Even if he led all the Zodiac Guardian Warriors and the 12 Zodiac Squad, he would only be able to completely destroy them. However, this was just a valley. The strength of hell should not be limited to this. If that was the case, it would be very terrifying. Misaru said, why did you come here? It has been hundreds of years since Satan sent anyone here. After listening to Misaru's words, Chiyu could not help but be a little curious. He actually called Satan by his name. Could it be that in hell creatures could be so disrespectful to Satan? His thoughts turned quickly, and he quickly outlined a suitable lie in his mind. I came here because... Chiyu pretended to be a little hesitant, and he glanced at Misaru, which made him even more suspicious. The scales on Misaru's face suddenly separated, revealing an old face with a pair of grayish-white dead fish eyes. He actually looked like a human. This made Chiyu understand why Misaru would recognize him as a clansman. Speak. Now that you are here, you have no choice but to speak. The result of not speaking is death. Chiyu said with fear and trepidation, I will speak. Because I accidentally saw something that I shouldn't have seen. So, at this point, he paused again. Misaru asked, what did you see? Chiyu lowered his head and said, I saw the princess's naked body, and I also fired a pistol at that time. In the end, I was discovered by the patrolling guards. So, Misaru laughed. He easily understood the meaning of the pistol. Not only him, but the other hell creatures next to him, as long as they heard Chiyu's words, actually burst into laughter. Chiyu could not help but feel a little puzzled. Why? Did they find out that he was a fake? Misaru quickly gave him the answer. He raised his ringed fingers to Chiyu. Through the information transmitted by the plants, Chiyu knew that this was an extremely praising gesture, which only appeared in the Dark Warriors. Well done, what a pity. It would have been better if you could have raped that bitch. That would have helped us vent our anger. Don't worry, boy, with such a background, at least you won't be treated with hostility here. As he spoke, all of the hostility and aura directed at Chiyu disappeared. Even the other hell creatures no longer paid attention to Chiyu. Instead, they stayed there quietly and did not move. Chiyu did not say anything. What he needed now was time. Through the energy of the source of nature, he found that he could now get more things from the plants, or rather, more detailed information. And those purple plants were obviously his best choice. Therefore, he still needed to stay here for a while. Closing his eyes, he used his heart to feel the aura of the plants. Soon, all kinds of information he needed kept pouring into his mind, and he kept breaking it down and absorbing it. The information transmitted through these plants. Chiyu finally knew what kind of place he was in, although these purple plants could not transmit a map of the outside world to him, but it allowed him to understand everything here. The people in prison here were all people who had offended Satan. After tens of thousands of years of imprisonment, the number of prisoners had barely accumulated to this level. Those who could be imprisoned here were all the true experts of hell. At the same time, there were also people who hated Satan. The strength of these fellows far exceeded Chi Yu's expectations. Among them, there were more than 30 who were as strong as the Dreadlord. Even the outside world of hell did not have so many of them. As for the Dark Generals, they were the royal family of hell, and also the birthplace of Satan. In hell, they were the most handsome clan, and, at the same time, the strongest clan. It was precisely because of this that they were the most numerous in the myriad Fiend Canyon, where the strong preyed on the weak. Moreover, other creatures of hell didn't dare to offend them. Of course, in the Canyon of Demons, everything depended on one's strength. Another reason that allowed the Dark Generals to have a better life surprised Chi Yu, because the information from the plants told him that there was a big shot here. That was Satan's younger brother, Sanaa. Sanaa was the same as Satan. They were both extremely powerful members of the Dark Generals. Back then, the two of them fought for the position of the great Demon King for thousands of years. In the end, Satan won, and Sanaa was imprisoned here. The hell creatures were guarding the magma lake in the center, and the reason was that they were waiting for Sanaa's reward. The information about the reward was very vague. It seemed to be a lump of black stuff, which confused Chi Yu. However, he could not help but be surprised that Sanaa lived in the magma lake. In any case, he would never survive in such a hot environment. After understanding this, what surprised Chi Yu even more was the valley. This valley was the most terrifying place in hell, and one of the reasons was because of the more than 3,000 experts of hell. Almost all the hell creatures that came here could not survive, because the biggest problem here was the lack of food. The purple plants were poisonous and inedible. The only source of food was the magma lake. Every day, the hell creatures needed to absorb a small amount of energy from the magma lake to survive. Those with poor adaptability would die of hatred, no matter how strong they were. As for those with strong adaptability, although they could barely survive, once they saw a new hell creature, would they still care who the other party was? Devouring was their best choice. Eating fresh meat, no matter what race it was much more delicious than magma. As for why the hell creatures here did not kill each other, the answer was Sanaa. Sanaa had never given up on taking revenge on Satan. Therefore, he needed strength, and the hell creatures here were his best team. As long as he could find a way to get out of here, he would definitely find trouble with Satan and fight for what he wanted. The mysteries of this valley were not limited to the seal that Chi Yu had seen. Through the purple plants, Chi Yu learned that the formation of this valley was extremely special. No one knew how it appeared, but this devil valley was called the Myriad Thunder Valley. No matter what kind of creature it was, as long as it emerged from the valley, it would be greeted by the terrifying Een Thunder of Hell. The attack range of the Een Thunder of Hell was thousands of square kilometers. Even with Sanaa's strength, it was impossible for him to escape when he was restrained by the heaven and earth morality in the Een Thunder. The seal was just the most insignificant defense here. Chi Yu could not help but rejoice that he did not rashly fly out from above. Otherwise, he would have been struck by the myriad thunder. In a situation where he was unprepared, it was hard to say what would have happened. At the very least, he could not guarantee that his Kirin's divine thunder would be able to absorb the Een Thunder of Hell like how it absorbed the thunder from the asteroid explosion in space. Of course, things were different now that he was prepared. With the Kongtong Seal's undying domain, this land of death would definitely not be able to bury Chi Yu. After understanding the cause and effect of everything, Chi Yu's brain began to spin. At this moment, an unusually bold idea suddenly came to his mind. If the hell creatures here could get out, what would be the result of a surprise attack on the great demon king Satan with 3,000 powerhouses? If both sides were to suffer, then what would Satan use to attack Earth and bring hell to the world? This was simply a golden opportunity bestowed by the heavens. Chi Yu smiled sinisterly. Satan, you didn't expect that lung air would bring me here, and at the same time, bring you huge trouble. Chi Yu stayed very quiet. He observed quietly, and at the same time, he felt the abilities of these hell creatures. Misaru took good care of him and arranged for him to stay in a place where there were no other hell creatures. After all, in this world where the strong preyed on the weak, If he encountered a crazy guy, he could be attacked at any time. After simple observation, Chiyu found that these people were indeed very strong, but they were far from reaching his level. After all, it was easier said than done to reach the level of a god. At the very least, he had not found a super expert at the level of Lucifer, let alone the unknown Satan. Although Chiyu did not know how strong Satan was, he was, after all, the lord of the entire hell world. Perhaps these hell creatures that were full of resentment would bring him a lot of trouble. However, if he really wanted to kill Satan, it would probably be very difficult. This was also the result that Chiyu wanted to see the most, which was a lose-lose situation. Satan won a Pyrrhic victory. He did not want Satan to die, perhaps because of lung air. As long as hell did not have the strength to attack Earth, then his mission would be completed. While he was thinking, the magma lake in front of him suddenly changed. In the middle of the magma lake, where a large number of hell creatures were guarding, bubbles suddenly appeared. Those bubbles were very big. Each of them was about 1 meter in diameter, and they were constantly rolling like boiling water. Of course, the temperature of magma was far from what boiling water could compare to. Slowly standing up, Chiyu knew that his opportunity had come. Perhaps this was not the best opportunity, but he did not want to lay too much in this world because he did not want his lover to be sad because of him again. After promising Ryue and the others that he would go back within 10 days, Chiyu was already eager to go back. The warmth of home was the greatest temptation to him. The hell creatures around the magma lake were all exuding excitement. Although it was extremely crowded, they continued to move forward, as if they were not afraid of falling into the magma lake. This situation was really strange. At least Chiyu did not think that these guys could survive after falling into the magma lake. It was no longer a simple problem of energy. At a temperature of thousands of degrees, even the most powerful energy would be greatly consumed. Suddenly, a surge of energy spewed out from the center of the magma lake, and then a figure suddenly shot out. The tall figure was about 14 to 15 meters tall, and the 10 wings on his back spread out instantly. In the blink of an eye, he had already soared into the sky. Along with his appearance, countless streams of fiery red magma splashed in all directions. The hell creatures had already begun to scramble to be the first to jump into the magma that splashed out. Were they crazy? Chiyu could not help but feel a little puzzled. He did not care about the magma liquid, and his eyes directly followed the huge figure in the air. He saw that the huge figure was covered with a thick layer of black scales from head to toe. His scales were round in shape, and the 10 wings on his back were extremely huge. The energy aura was so strong that even Chiyu could not help but be amazed. He immediately judged that the strength of this guy was definitely not something that Lucifer could compare with. Perhaps this could be determined from the number of his wings. Judging strength by the number of wings, only the royal family of hell would have that. Sanaa, this guy must be Satan's younger brother, Sanaa. Sanaa's appearance looked very cold, and the black armor on his body exuded layers of fiery red light, a combination of darkness and fire. What a strong energy fluctuation. Since he could survive in the magma, then his strength must be similar to that of fire. Sanaa did not even look at the hell creatures on both sides of the magma lake. His body was almost close to the top of the rock wall in just a few blinks of an eye. Chiyu could not help but feel a little excited. Was Sanaa going to face the hell thunder head-on? If that was the case, then he would be able to judge the true attribute and strength of the thunder, which would be greatly beneficial for his future actions. As expected, Sanaa's tall body reached the top of the rock wall. At this moment, the sky changed almost in an instant. The gigantic purple sun disappeared. There were no dark clouds, only purple lightning. The deafening sound of thunder made all the hell creatures below subconsciously raise their heads. Every hell creature's eyes were filled with terror, and their bodies were even trembling. However, those hell creatures who got the magma juice brought out by Sanaa did not seem to hear the thunder. They directly sucked the juice into their mouths with a look of enjoyment. The energy fluctuations on their bodies were also obviously stronger than before, as if it had promoted blood circulation, and each of them became energetic. A purple ball of lightning fell from the sky almost in an instant. A strong gravitational force erupted from the lightning, causing the magma lake below to fluctuate violently. At this time, there were no hell creatures around the magma lake anymore. They seemed to be eager to get away from it as they fled to the farthest place from the magma lake. No, Chiyu's heart skipped a beat. The magma juice brought out by Sanaa was definitely different from the juice in the magma lake in front of him. Otherwise, why would these hell creatures enjoy the juice he brought, but be afraid of the large amount of magma in front of them? Without waiting for Chiyu to think too much, Sanaa had already clashed with the ball of lightning in the sky. A dark red ball of light abruptly shot up, directly meeting the bombardment of the lightning ball. With a loud bang, the ball of lightning shattered, and the huge electric current filled the entire narrow valley with a sizzling sound. The lightning element became unprecedentedly strong. All the hell creatures knelt on the ground and activated their energy to the maximum, for fear of being affected by the tyrannical lightning power. His whole body was slightly numb, and immediately after, Chiyu immediately felt a huge amount of lightning element frantically surging into his body. The filtering speed of the source of nature was actually several times faster than usual. In an instant, the thundercloud force that he used to attack just now was restored to its peak state. What a pure lightning energy! Chiyu never expected that the giant lightning in this hell world would be so tyrannical and pure. The vigorous morality brought by the lightning immediately greatly reduced the surrounding evil aura, and Chiyu's whole body was filled with an incomparably comfortable feeling. What's going on? Should such a lightning filled with the morality of heaven and earth also exist in the hell world? No, this is impossible. In this world full of dark energy, how could there be such a condensed lightning energy? Even during the era of the ancient behemoths on earth, without any pollution, the lightning element energy was far from this pure. There was no explanation. Perhaps only a miracle could be used to describe the ball of lightning. After withstanding the ball of lightning, Sanaa's face became extremely dignified. His body did not move, but his long black hair slowly floated behind him. The purple lightning in the air condensed more and more, and another ball of lightning suddenly fell. Sanaa roared angrily and punched the air. He raised his head and threw a punch at the sky. The huge energy instantly swallowed the lightning ball. However, to Chiyu's surprise, Sanaa did not follow up with another attack, nor did he have the intention to escape. Instead, he returned to the narrow valley. Strangely, the lightning in the air instantly returned to normal when Sanaa disappeared. The purple sun reappeared, and everything became calm. Sanaa's huge body slowly descended from midair. His face looked very ugly. He seemed to be thinking about something. Chiyu thought in his heart, "This guy seems to be just testing me." After knowing that he could not rush out from here, he immediately gave up on colliding with the ball of lightning in the air. Perhaps this was the way of survival in hell. One must always maintain their strength. Otherwise, even a powerhouse like Sanaa might encounter danger. How is the strength of the 10-winged Sanaa compared to mine? Chiyu did not know, because he clearly felt that Sanaa's strength was very close to his, but he was not sure who was stronger. According to Lungair, Satan already has 12 wings, so his strength should be stronger than Sanaa. If I have the Xianyuan sword and the doppelganger domain, I can only fight him head-on. From Sanaa, I can see that I'm still inferior to Satan. Misaru greeted him respectfully and knelt on the ground with the other hell creatures of the Black General's clan. He said respectfully, "Congratulations to the great Demon King for coming out of seclusion." Sanaa's face was very cold. With a wave of his hand, a scorching energy suddenly brought Misaru and the others up. Then, more than 10 drops of dark red magma floated out. Even Chiyu was in it, but because he did not kneel down, it looked very abrupt. When the hell creatures of other races saw this scene, their eyes showed envy and jealousy. However, under the deterrence of Sanaa's powerful strength, these hell creatures appeared very restrained, and no one dared to attack. Sanaa's gaze fell on Chiyu, and he said indifferently, "Newcomer? What is the reason for him to come here, Misaru?" Misaru looked back at Chiyu. and when he saw that he did not kneel on the ground, he was shocked. He gave Chiyu a few glances, but Chiyu pretended not to see it and still stood there. What a joke, making him kneel on the ground? In this world, except for his teachers and parents, no one could make him kneel on the ground, let alone these demons of the infernal world. Misaru did not dare to neglect. Although he was anxious about Chiyu's condition, he hurriedly recounted the reason that Chiyu said. Of course, he did not want to help Chiyu out of kindness. He was afraid that the temperamental Sana would vent his anger on them because of Chiyu. After all, in this place, Sana was the absolute ruler, just like Satan was the ruler in the infernal world outside. After listening to Misaru's words, Sana looked at Chiyu with some surprise, and a hint of playfulness appeared in his eyes. So, you were sent here because you peeked at my niece bathing? Chiyu thought to himself, not only did I peek, I even did it. He did not hide anything anymore, and with a faint smile on his face, he said, yes. Sana nodded. You have guts. It has been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in such a tone. Misaru, it seems that you did not tell him whose world this is. After listening to Sana's words, Misaru could not help but tremble in fear. He rushed to Chiyu's side almost immediately and slapped Chiyu's head with his palm. Only by making the first move and destroying this kid who had angered Saner could he save himself. Therefore, Misaru used almost all his strength this time. Come back. Sana suddenly slapped out, and the energy that Misaru used to attack Chiyu seemed to be drawn by something and unexpectedly met Sana's palm. A surge of energy suddenly burst forth, causing the other hell creatures of the Black General Tribe to be blown away. Misaru let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying far away, crashing heavily into the walls of the narrow valley. It had to be said that the rocks that made up this narrow valley were really hard. Such a strong collision did not even leave a mark on the rock wall, and Misaru's body had already fallen. Sana did not use much strength, so Misaru was still alive, and even his injuries were not serious. Where he fell, he immediately turned over and knelt down, constantly begging Sana to forgive him for his mistake. Sana waved his hand, causing Misaru's voice to immediately stop. He would not kill Misaru. After all, ever since he felt that he had a chance to leave this place, he had already noticed the importance of every hell creature here. It was easier said than done to fight against Satan. The strength in one's hands was the most important. He could not bear to kill a terrifying great demon king like Misaru. Chapter 292. Chiyu smiled faintly and said, What's there to be afraid of? It seems that you're also a member of our Dark General's clan. Sana smiled, but his smile looked a little desolate. Dark General's clan? I no longer belong to the Dark General's clan. It has been tens of thousands of years since I came to this valley. He did not treat me as a member of the Dark General's clan. Remember my name? I am Sana. Now, you need to tell me what the situation outside is like. What has Satan been doing recently? It has been hundreds of years since a newcomer came here. Perhaps the information you bring will be useful to me. If that's the case, maybe I will spare your life. Sana's strength was indeed strong, but he could not see through Chiyu. This was mainly due to the magic of the source of nature. With the evolved source of nature, Chiyu could hide his aura to the point that even Yamu could not detect him. Therefore, Sana could not see that he was not a real member of his clan. Chiyu smiled and said, You scared me. Although it makes me feel very uncomfortable to hear you talk to me like this, I'm still willing to tell you. Satan has been very busy recently. I heard that he is preparing to launch an attack on Earth. I don't know if it is true. Sana listened to Chiyu's words and was stunned. He suddenly looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, No, this is impossible. His strength has reached the peak, but it is impossible for him to rush out from here. Ordinary passages can only send a small number of people to Earth at most, and the strength limit is very high. How can he go to Earth? Could it be that that day is coming? It has been tens of thousands of years. It seems that I am really a little confused. Chiyu followed Sana's gaze and looked into the sky. He could not help but have a trace of doubt in his heart. However, he still had a lot of things to do and did not have too much time to think. Okay, you could die now. Saner's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Chiyu. He had already stretched out one of his hands, and a dark red light instantly formed a huge light ball that enveloped Chi-Yu's body. Boundless evil energy continuously invaded Chi-Yu's body. A cold gaze shot from San Na's eyes into Chi-Yu's own. Before I die, I can tell you that even though I'm not able to kill you, I'm not able to kill you. I really need manpower right now. But there's something you don't know. I hate Satan, and I can't wait to tear him into pieces. But Lung is the only descendant of our family's bloodline. I hate Satan, but Lung is the only descendant of our family. Lung is my niece, and you actually dare to peek at her bathing. Satan didn't kill you, yet he sent you here. Presumably, he knew that you would die an even more miserable death in my hands. How do I want you to die in order to resolve the hatred in my heart? An evil smile appeared at the corner of Sanner's mouth. Those who were familiar with him knew that this was a sign that Sanner was going to kill. The more perfect his smile was, the more vicious his attack would be. Well, let's do it this way. Let me condense magma into needles and pierce through your skin bit by bit. I'll start with your 4 fingers and then your body. Don't worry, with my methods, I can definitely keep you alive before your body is completely pierced by the magma. It's been a long time since I've had something that made me happy. Satan has also done a good deed. At least I have one more plaything. No matter what, it will take at least 2 days. Remember to scream louder. What I like the most is to hear people scream. The dark red light ball slowly floated up, wrapped around Chi-Yu's body, and arrived in front of Sanner. Suddenly, Sanner felt that something was wrong because the clansman in front of him, who was completely under his control, did not panic at all. Really? I also like to hear people scream, but I like to hear my enemies scream. Chi-Yu moved. Blue ripples erupted along with purple lightning in an instant. An enormous amount of energy dispersed in all directions in the form of ripples. The dark red fusion energy of darkness and flames that trapped him was instantly swept away by the fusion of water and lightning, leaving not a single drop behind. In the next moment, Chi-Yu had already arrived in front of Sanner, who was nearly 10 times taller than him. The silver light was already attached to Sanner's chest. Originally, with Sanner's strength, it would have been difficult for Chi-Yu to succeed in a sneak attack. However, Sanner was careless after all. In his eyes, he was the absolute ruler of the Thousand Demons Canyon. He never thought that someone would actually sneak attack him, and even be able to do so. A scream appeared, but unfortunately, it was not from Chi-Yu, but from the instigator, Sanner. The huge body that was 15 meters tall was blasted away, just like Misuru. However, this time, Sanner looked much more miserable than Misuru. He was heavily bombarded on the rock wall, and finally, a huge shadow was imprinted on the rock wall. With a loud bang, the ball of lightning in the sky suddenly appeared again without warning, and its target was still Sanner. Sanner roared, and a huge amount of dark red energy swept up with a large amount of magma. Amidst the roars that followed, the huge ball of lightning was dissolved. However, the lightning attribute energy it brought also benefited Chi-Yu, allowing him to reap a large portion of it. Sanner was shocked and angry, and Chi-Yu could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Sanner's body was so huge that the energy was not enough to protect every part of his body. However, through the detection of his mental strength, he did not find any weakness on Sanner's body. His body was many times harder than steel. Although he blasted Sanner away with a punch, Chi-Yu knew that because he had to first dissolve the energy that Sanner trapped him with, and because he deliberately hid his strength before, he was unable to exert his full strength. Therefore, he did not cause any real damage to Sanner. All the hell creatures were stunned. In their eyes, Chi-Yu was already a dead man, but everything in front of them was far beyond their expectations. Not only did this new member of the Black General family not die, but he also sent the great Demon King in their eyes flying with a punch. What kind of concept was that? With Sanner's strength, even if he stood there and let the hell creatures attack him, not many of them would dare to say that they could send Sanner flying. However, this Black General family member who did not even have a pair of wings actually did it. The sudden change caused the hell creatures to be unable to react, and even Sanner was a little stunned by Chi-Yu's punch. He was still floating in the air, but this time, Chi relied on his own strength. Great Demon King Saner, I wonder if we could discuss a business deal? I wonder if we could discuss a business deal? Chi looked at Sanaa with a smile that was not a smile. Saner slowly stood up, his whole body filled with a strange energy fluctuation. An evil smile appeared on his face again. Speak. Who are you? You are definitely not a member of the Black General family. Otherwise, with your lack of wings, it is impossible for you to hurt me. Chi smiled indifferently and said, Is it really that important who I am? I think what you need to do now is to know how to leave this place. So, how about we do a business deal? I have a way to let you leave. Of course, there are conditions. The evil smile on Saner's face became wider. To be able to come here, you must have been sent by Satan. You must have been sent here by Satan. If he thought you could leave this place alive, do you think my brother would have sent you here? Kid, no matter who you are, you have the wrong idea. If you want to negotiate with me, you must have the strength to defeat me. The dark red light enveloped the entire narrow valley in an instant, and all the dark creatures knelt on the ground again. No one attacked Chiyu. It was not because they were afraid of Chiyu, but they were afraid of the arrogant Saner getting angry. At the same time, they also thought that in front of the great Saner, no one could resist. However, Chiyu soon made them realize that their blindness was wrong. The combination of darkness and fire energy formed only one result, and that was Hellflame. This was also the ability that Saner had been practicing for tens of thousands of years. In order to leave this place, he did not know how much effort he had put in. Although his talent was not as good as Satan's, his hard work had made his strength reach an extremely terrifying level. The hell flame enveloped every place. It was something that Chi-Yu could not dodge. The next moment, Chi-Yu was surprised to find that the surrounding hell creatures had disappeared, and he and Saner had appeared in a strange place. A black space. This space was not big, but it was not small either. It was a circular space with a diameter of 100 meters. Chi-Yu and Saner were floating on each side. Saner, do you want to attack me? If so, you will never be able to leave this place. Saner looked at Chi-Yu evilly. I don't think the result will be like this. Not bad. Your strength is enough to be my opponent. But I believe that after I capture you, when I condense magma needles and pierce your body again and again, will you still be able to keep any secrets? Saner was not a fool. On the contrary, he was very smart. In the hell world, everything was based on strength. Chi-Yu's strength made him believe in Chi-Yu's words. However, it was also because of his strength that he was blown away by Chi-Yu in front of his subordinates. So he had no other choice. If he did not take revenge, then he could not bear the alienation of his subordinates. Therefore, he still wanted to kill Chi-Yu. But before he killed him, he must first defeat Chi-Yu, and then get everything he wanted to know from Chi-Yu's mouth. He did not believe that the guy in front of him, who looked like his clansman, could compete with him. With a strange smile on his face, Saner moved instantly. However, he did not attack Chi-Yu, but his body floated backward. Then, the dark space suddenly cracked under Chi-Yu's surprised gaze. Kid, I hope you can hold on until I get you out. This was Saner's last words. Then, an extremely hot energy flow instantly swept every place that was previously filled with dark energy. Chi-Yu understood. He suddenly understood Sanaa's method. Although he didn't know how his opponent had done it, he knew that he was currently at the magma lake. The space that was supported by the energy ruptured, and what rushed out was naturally the surging magma. Magma, a natural disaster that could vaporize any creature in an instant. For Sanaa, this place belonged to him alone. That's right, this was his territory. A faint light flickered, and Chi-Yu's eyes revealed a trace of tyrannical light. You want to kill me like this? Then you've underestimated me. Kirin's red quietly covered Chi-Yu's body. Accompanied by Kirin's true fire, it instantly filled every inch of his skin around his body. Chi-Yu did not even think of rushing out immediately because he knew that outside the magma lake, waiting for him must be Saner's ambush. Saner wanted to take advantage of his panic to subdue him. But would it be that easy? The high temperature of the magma did not surprise Chi-Yu too much. The heat of Kirin's true fire was not inferior to the temperature of the magma. In addition to the fire attribute defense of Kirin's red and the enhancement of Kirin's true fire, the surrounding magma was like warm water and did not cause any harm to Chiyu. His body sank, and in the blink of an eye, Chiyu had already reached the bottom of the magma lake. As he had expected, the magma here was not only filled with extremely strong fire attribute energy, but also nurtured a huge aura of dark energy. Being in the magma, Chiyu could not help but have a strange thought. He suddenly remembered what Master Zagru said. His strength had reached the peak of the human world, and it was almost impossible for him to have a breakthrough. In other words, it was impossible for him to upgrade his thundercloud force to the 9th cloud level on Earth. However, it was impossible on Earth, but it was possible in other spaces. This was hell. Wasn't it another level? Thinking of this, Chiyu could not help but feel excited. If he could absorb the magma energy here and upgrade his thundercloud force to the 9th cloud level, then find a way to upgrade the other 4 thundercloud force, then he could still look forward to the 9th cloud level. By then, no matter what crisis he faced, he would have enough ability to deal with it. Thinking of this, Chiyu immediately activated the source of nature energy in his body and began to absorb the surrounding fire attribute energy molecules. At the beginning, it was very smooth, and the huge fire attribute energy molecules quickly made up for Chiyu's lack of energy through the conversion of the source of nature. However, very soon, Chiyu encountered a problem. His problem was very simple. When the fire attribute energy replenished the thundercloud force in his body, he could not continue to upgrade it. In other words, in this magma lake, his strength could not be further improved no matter what, and he could only maintain his energy. Hell magma was only SOSO. After all, it could not be stronger than his 8-cloud realm, Kirin True Fire. Naturally, Sanaa did not know what Chiyu was doing. As Chiyu expected, at this time, he was floating on the lake along the river, waiting for Chiyu to come out. In his opinion, if Chiyu is unable to free himself from the magma lake, it would prove that Chiyu's strength was very weak. Chiyu was no match for him, and his suggestion was obviously not true. If he could rush out, he would definitely panic. At that time, he would capture him and force him to tell him the solution. Did he die down there? Sanaa frowned. No, it should not be. Judging from his strength that could injure him, even if the magma could hurt him, it would not kill him. But why hasn't this guy come out yet? Thinking of this, Satan suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. At this time, the person he was waiting for finally came out. However, before the person came out, the first thing that came out was an incomparably surging magma fire pillar. The 10 wings on his back spread out at the same time, and Sanaa's face became a little dignified. He swung both of his fists at the same time, and a strange dark red energy vortex floated in front of him, completely twisting the soaring fire pillar. In fact, with his strength and familiarity with magma, this magma would not cause any harm to him at all, but Sanaa was afraid of Chiyu's attack mixed in the magma. The fiery red figure broke through the air, and while Sanaa was resisting the fire pillar, Chiyu had returned to the narrow valley. The fiery red brilliance circulated around his body, and the dazzling light of Kirin immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Looking at the Kirin red on Chiyu's body, Sanaa's face could not help but change slightly, and he said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Even if he broke his head, he could not figure out how this kid, who was also from the Black General's clan, could resist the temperature of the magma without wings. He also could not understand what kind of energy the fiery red armor on his body was made of. However, he could faintly feel that the dark aura on Chiyu's body was not strong, but he could not detect the authenticity of his energy. A feeling of mystery arose spontaneously. It doesn't matter who I am. You only need to understand that I may bring you out of here, and that's enough. Since you don't trust me, then let's see who's the real deal. I will use my strength to prove that I have the qualifications to negotiate with you. Chiyu knew that whether it was in the human world or in hell, strength was the source of everything. If he did not first prove that he had enough strength, how could a cunning demon king like Sanaa believe him? The two of them floated in the air and looked at each other, and the energy fluctuations on their bodies gradually increased. Chi-Yu's eyes shone with power. His aura was not the slightest bit weaker than his opponent. At the same time, under the cover of Kirin Red, he quickly entered the second stage of Kirin's origin mutation. At his and Sanaa's level of strength, the outcome of a battle would often be decided in an instant. The 10 black and red wings constantly stretched to both sides of his body like a huge wall. The dark and fire energy particles in the air crazily rushed into Sanaa's body. His eyes had turned into a fiery red color. Black threads spread in his eyes. The temperature of the entire narrow valley suddenly rose, and the energy aura he emitted gave people a sticky feeling. Chi-Yu also floated there. The fire energy around his body became stronger and stronger. Dark energy was undoubtedly a very powerful energy, and when combined with fire energy, it was extremely powerful. When combined with fire energy, the power would naturally become stronger. Chi-Yu could faintly feel that only by combining all his energy together and erupting in a mutually reinforcing situation could he possibly compete with Sanaa's strength. Chi-Yu moved, and the wind fueled the fire. A huge fire dragon swept out from his body and suddenly pounced on Sanaa's body. Sanaa snorted coldly, and a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. He did not know how many years he had cultivated in the magma. Any fire energy had no effect on him. His own immunity to fire energy was something that even Satan could not compare to. However, soon, Sanaa's face became dignified. This was because when the fire dragon suddenly exploded 10 meters in front of him, all the flames condensed into a large wind blade and shot toward him like 100 birds returning to their nest. Wind and fire blade, huge energy fluctuations, and precise energy control forced Sanaa to wholeheartedly resist. A circle of black ripples mixed with scorching fire energy suddenly emerged, completely protecting Sanaa's body. A large energy roar resounded, followed by a huge cluster of flames erupting from within. Chi moved. He naturally understood that an attack based on fire energy could not cause any harm to Sanaa, but it did not mean that this was his only attack. In the next moment, his body had quickly arrived 20 meters in front of Sanaa, and a storm of attacks poured out. After the 4 attributes of Thundercloud Force were upgraded to the 8 Clouds realm, they fused with each other like fish in water. Every time Chi-Yu attacked, it was the fusion of 2 attributes of Thundercloud Force. It was definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Whether it was the wind fueling the fire, the combination of wind and thunder, or the combination of water and thunder, every attack brought a great threat to Sanaa. One must know that when 2 attributes of energy fused, with the effect of mutual promotion, the destructive power that could be brought about was extremely shocking. In the middle of the narrow valley, dazzling energy rays were constantly spreading like fireworks. Chi-Yu's body moved with incomparably fast and crazy rhythm. Only a series of faint afterimages could be seen constantly changing directions around Sanaa's body. As for Sanaa himself, under Chi-Yu's storm-like attacks, he was actually a little flustered. The hell creatures below did not expect that Chi-Yu could actually bring such a huge threat to their great demon king Sanaa. For a moment, they were stunned as they looked at the sky. No one had the confidence to withstand Chi-Yu's attacks. This guy who suddenly appeared here was simply too powerful. Some of the inferior creatures who previously wanted to treat Chi-Yu as food secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they did not attack him because he was a member of the Black General's clan. Otherwise, they would have become ashes by now. Chi-Yu's attacks became more and more fierce, and a comfortable feeling spread throughout his body. This was the first time he launched an all-out attack after reaching the 8 Clouds realm. Without the support of the Xianyuan sword, he could only rely on his own energy. After reaching the 8 Clouds realm, the biggest advantage was his concentrated application of the Thundercloud Force. The combination of each 2 types of Thundercloud Force was ever-changing. Coupled with his origin of nature as the foundation, his control of energy was even more amazing. Sanaa couldn't help but pale in comparison to his indiscriminate and omnipresent attacks. For a moment, he could only be in a defensive state. Chi Yu's attacks were extremely ingenious. He did not even give Sa-Na the slightest chance. Every time Sa-Na finally found an opening to counterattack, Chi Yu's fusion energy would suddenly double in strength, forcing Sa-Na's energy back. Of course, Sa-Na would not know that this was the huge amplification effect after the origin of nature suddenly integrated with Chi Yu's thundercloud force. Huge roars constantly sounded in the air. From the beginning of the battle until now, a total of a minute had passed. However, it was in this short minute. There had been no less than hundreds of collisions between Chi Yu and Sa-Na. Through the battle with the opponent, he found that the biggest threat to Sa-Na was the combination of water and lightning. Lightning energy had a strong restraining effect on dark energy. This was also why Sa-Na was afraid of the ball lightning in the air with his strength. The water thundercloud force happened to restrain the opponent's fire energy. Under the situation of mutual restraint, Sa-Na could not even exert 70% of his strength. On the other hand, Chi Yu's energy was endless like the Yangtze River, giving him no chance to fight back. Small trick. I'll play you to death. Chi Yu snickered in his heart. Although Sa-Na was very strong, through the battle, Chi Yu found that perhaps because he had been trapped in this narrow valley for too long, and no one here could be a real opponent to Sa-Na, Sa-Na's actual combat experience was far less than his, and his ability to seize opportunities was also very poor. However, he also had to admit that Sa-Na was strong. His body was like a bottomless pit, no matter how he attacked. Sa-Na's energy also became stronger and stronger, and there was no sign of exhaustion. Every attack of his could only prevent Sa-Na from leaving the attack range, but it could not cause any harm to him. His body seemed to be composed of solid energy, and even Chi Yu felt inferior to him in terms of solidity. The light in Sa-Na's eyes became sharper and sharper. He never thought that he would fall into such a disadvantageous state. However, the opponent's energy was too strong, especially the combination of bluish-purple light. Every time it suddenly exploded, it made him tremble with fear. At this moment, he gradually believed that the kid in front of him could really bring them out of this place. But at the same time, the anger in Sa-Na's heart became stronger and stronger. Suddenly encountering such an enemy, and, as the great demon king, he was completely suppressed. This was something he absolutely could not bear. With a long roar, Chi Yu's attack suddenly changed. The afterimages disappeared completely, and his eyes lit up like a bright star. Sa-Na, let's decide the winner with one blow. A powerful golden red light instantly filled every part of his body, and the 3 layers of armor on his body instantly fused. With the energy of the source of nature as the core, the various attributes of energy in Chi Yu's body instantly fused. A golden armor and 6 wings of 3 colors appeared at the same time. Although he lost the light of the sun, moon, and stars because he did not have the Xianyuan sword, it also raised his energy to its peak state in an instant. Sa-Na's pupils shrank a little. No wonder this kid was so strong. It turned out that he had 6 wings, and they were such strange wings. Only one pair represented dark energy. What kind of power did he cultivate? In fact, Sa-Na was mistaken. Chi did not have dark energy at all. It was only the pair of black wings that represented Ink Kirin that Chi Yu had been mistaken for the dark attribute. Although Sa-Na was shocked by Chi Yu's strength, the anger in his heart had also swelled to the extreme. The suppressed energy continued to erupt, and the dark red energy formed fist-sized energy balls around his body, constantly making dense crackling sounds. At this time, he was really angry. The most fundamental energy in his body suddenly increased, and his whole body turned into a huge dark red energy ball. Although Sa-Na did not know why his opponent would give him such an opportunity instead of continuing to attack, he still gathered all his strength. He did not even want to know how Chi Yu could bring them out of here. At this time, he only wanted to completely destroy the guy in front of him. In his opinion, the reason why Chi Yu suddenly stopped attacking was because he did not have enough energy. However, he had forgotten that he had been sleeping and cultivating here for thousands of years. His will had long been incomparable to the creatures in the outside world, let alone a human from Earth like Chi-Yu. Looking at the huge energy ball in front of him that had a diameter of more than 100 meters, which was constantly being compressed, Chi-Yu could not help but be secretly shocked. A 10-winged hell creature was so tyrannical. How strong would the 12-winged Satan be? He had already faintly felt that it would be very difficult for him to fight against Satan with his current strength without the Xianyuan divine sword. Floating there, the 6 wings on Chi-Yu's back stretched out to a length of 5 meters. The faint glossy and dazzling patterns made him look like a god. His domineering aura radiated in all directions. Massive energy undulations, coupled with Sa-Na, the combined energy of the two suppressed the hell creatures below to the point where even breathing became an extremely difficult task. With a soft sigh, Chi-Yu looked at the huge dark red energy ball in front of him and could not help but show a trace of pity. Sa-Na, Sa-Na, no wonder you couldn't defeat your brother and were sent here. Although you have great strength, your wisdom is too far away. Do you know, gathering all your energy in the raging fire is what I want to see the most. Do you think I don't have enough energy to suppress you? In fact, I just want to suppress you until you explode. How can I describe your current behavior? The best way to sum it up is idiot. Naturally, Sa-Na did not know that Chi-Yu was criticizing him in his heart. At this time, his energy had been raised to the maximum level. He was confident that while the energy was destroying Chi-Yu, he could control the direction of the energy to change the direction so that it would not bombard the narrow valley and attract the lightning. In the midst of his rage, he still had a trace of rationality. Chapter 293. Naturally, Chi-Yu couldn't dodge. However, at that moment, both Sa-Na and the hell creatures below saw a strange scene. A 5-colored light suddenly shone in front of Chi-Yu's chest. 5 different colored ribbons quickly spread out and enveloped his body in the blink of an eye. In an instant, under the cover of the 5-colored light, Chi-Yu's body suddenly became illusory. The huge dark red energy ball swallowed his body just like that. Sa-Na was stunned. He didn't expect it to end so easily. Although he didn't know what the 5-colored energy Chi-Yu used was, he was absolutely confident that under his full attack, Chi-Yu, whose body had been swallowed, would only end up dead. At that moment, he had calmed down a lot. He couldn't help but feel regretful. Maybe that kid really has a way to get me out of here? I was too impulsive. However, he didn't have much time to regret now. His mental strength was fully activated. He quickly controlled the dark red energy ball and threw it into the sky above the narrow valley. Only in this way, the inside of the narrow valley wouldn't be bombarded by the heavenly thunder. The energy ball flew away. Sa-Na's estimation was right. Under his full strength, his mental strength barely reached the effect of throwing out all the energy. With such a huge consumption, even he would need at least a day to fully recover. However, the moment Sa-Na threw the huge energy ball into the air, his body suddenly stiffened. The 5-colored light instantly broke out of the energy ball. The energy ball flew into the sky, but the 5-colored light had already pounced in front of him. Chi-Yu's body was only 1/5 of Sa-Na's height. However, when he appeared face to face in front of Sa-Na, the fear that hadn't appeared for tens of thousands of years once again invaded Sa-Na's heart. The 5-colored light disappeared, but what followed was a black and silver fist. With a domineering roar, the fist heavily bombarded Sa-Na's right shoulder. Amidst the loud bang, Sa-Na, who had consumed a large part of his energy, couldn't resist at all. His protective energy was instantly bombarded and shattered. At the same time, his left shoulder was completely shattered by the surging energy. His huge body flew backward, black blood spurting out of his mouth. He had already suffered heavy injuries. Floating in the air, Chi was like a god. Sa-Na was defeated, not in terms of strength, but in terms of combat experience. Back then, Chi had also lost to this move. The suddenness of the undying domain. It was extremely difficult for anyone to deal with. It was the same for Chi back then, and it was the same for Sa-Na now. His all-out attack had met with a domain of instant immortality, and the only result was that his energy had been depleted. Sanadi's body slammed heavily against the stone wall of the narrow valley. This time, the damage he suffered was much more intense than the last time. His body, which was more than 10 meters tall, was completely imprinted into the incomparably sturdy stone wall. Black blood continuously spurted out. The sharp energy of the 4 attributes wreaked havoc in his body. All Sanaa could do now was to protect the most important parts of his body. Under the black scales on his body, black blood was constantly overflowing from every part of his body. Apart from the battle with Satan before he came here, this was the first time Sanaa had suffered such a severe injury. However, Sanaa's bad luck hadn't ended yet. The damage to the valley immediately caused a change in the weather. The energy of the lightning attribute caused the entire narrow valley to tremble. The hell creatures couldn't even protect themselves. No one would save their great demon king. The most important thing for them was to save their own lives. A faint light flickered. Chiyu's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He knew that his goal had been achieved. Sanaa. Sanaa, it's a pity that you lost. If you were more careful, with your strength that was stronger than Chiyu, even without a divine weapon like Panga's axe, you wouldn't have suffered such a huge injury. However, it's too late to say anything now. You've lost so thoroughly. I don't know if it's sad or lamentable. His body flew out, pouncing in the direction of Sanaa. In fact, Chiyu also somewhat overestimated Sanaa's strength, or rather, underestimated himself. After reaching the 8 cloud level, his current strength was no longer inferior to Mo during the period of the ancient behemoth. If his attribute advantage was taken into account, he was even above Mo. Although Sanaa was strong, he was only stronger than Mo in terms of energy. However, in terms of the diversity of energy and attack methods, he really couldn't compare to Chiyu. The 8-cloud ink Kirin of the 4 auspicious clouds had doubled Chiyu's strength compared to before. It was just that he hadn't fully adapted to it yet. In the blink of an eye, Chiyu had already arrived in front of Sanaa. Facing Sanaa, he raised his right arm, and a huge sword suddenly appeared in his right hand. Sanaa was stunned. Now, the remaining energy in his body could barely suppress the 4 kinds of energy fluctuations, but he couldn't defend or fight back at all. Looking at the huge sword that was more than 2 meters long, he had already felt the threat of death. The guy in front of him was actually so strong that he didn't die under the energy supply. A feeling of disappointment filled his whole body, and Sanaa knew that he was finished. The Xianyuan sword in Chiyu's hand didn't disappear. He looked at Sanaa, and the sword in his hand slanted to the sky. Around the golden armor, a layer of purple light burst out. With the help of the energy of the origin of nature, he had raised his thundercloud force to the limit. Sanaa quickly understood Chiyu's intention because the lightning ball in the sky had fallen. Perhaps because Sanaa's damage to the narrow valley was much more serious than before, the size of the lightning ball that appeared this time was more than 3 times larger. As soon as he entered the narrow valley, the entire narrow valley was filled with the crackling sound of electric currents. The entire space seemed to distort with its arrival. This was something that no one could imagine. For many of the hell creatures below, it was the first time they had seen such a huge amount of energy. The long sword in Chiyu's hand only played one role. That was to attract lightning. To attract the huge energy ball that was originally attacking Sanaa to his body. This was the only way he could do it. Sanaa couldn't die yet. He hadn't used him enough yet. How could Chiyu be satisfied if he didn't make good use of such a powerful guy? What's more, he wanted to really feel how powerful the lightning ball was here. The huge energy fluctuation instantly swept the entire narrow valley, including Chiyu and Sanaa. Every creature felt their bodies numb under the threat of this lightning ball. In a loud bang, the lightning ball instantly swallowed Chiyu's body, just like the huge energy ball that Sanaa released before. However, the difference was that this time, after swallowing Chiyu's body, after the lightning ball swallowed Chiyu's body, it quickly compressed towards the center as if it was going to carry out a second explosion. Although Sanaa didn't know why Chiyu wanted to save him, but he didn't want to die. Taking advantage of this short opportunity, he used all his strength to suppress the 4 elemental energies that Chi Yu blasted into his body. He struggled out of the rock wall and directly jumped into the magma lake below. He didn't even care that the splashing magma hurt many hell creatures on both sides. The energy of the lightning ball continued to shrink and condense. Chi Yu's body appeared again. He still maintained the position of holding the long sword high. Layers of lightning ripples constantly moved in every part of his body. The huge energy fluctuation had caused Chi Yu's body to tremble violently. Every time he trembled, the energy fluctuation on his body would become a little more chaotic. Chi Yu's eyes were filled with pain, but he still floated there. When the lightning energy was strong to a certain extent, it wouldn't just bring about a simple paralysis. His whole body felt like it was about to be torn apart. Even with Chi Yu's lightning attribute energy, under the effect of the incomparably pure lightning energy, he still suffered great pain. Of course, given his strength, he could activate the undying domain again to dissolve the lightning energy. However, Chi Yu didn't do that. He resolutely resisted the corrosion of the lightning ball on his body. Using the energy of the source of nature as a foundation, he actually forcibly absorbed the energy. If he didn't absorb it, perhaps Chi Yu could also dissolve the energy. However, he wasn't willing to give up on this opportunity. His 4 types of thundercloud force could only be improved on a plane other than Earth. The huge lightning energy above the narrow gorge that even Sanaa was afraid of might be a way to improve it, although it might not have the same effect as the magma. Nevertheless, as long as there was a chance, Chi Yu would definitely give it a try. The pain on his face gradually turned into ecstasy. Although every part of his body felt like it was about to be torn apart, Chi Yu was extremely excited at this moment. In the process of absorbing the lightning ball, Chi Yu discovered that the purity of the lightning energy was much purer than the thundercloud force that had been transformed by the source of nature. Besides, the energy was massive. This lightning ball was close to half of his entire thundercloud force. In other words, the energy of this lightning ball was about 1/10 of all the energy in his body. Although it was a lightning ball that was several times more powerful, after absorbing the pure lightning energy into his body, Chi Yu immediately realized how correct his choice was. The thundercloud force that had stagnated at the 8-cloud state had changed. The purple energy had begun to develop into a bluish-purple color. It wasn't the bluish-purple color that was assisted by the thundercloud force, but the special light that belonged to the thundercloud force. That's right, the thundercloud force had improved and was advancing towards the 9-cloud state. Yes, it must be possible. Chi Yu screamed frantically in his heart. He understood that under the baptism of such pure thundercloud force, his thundercloud force could be upgraded to the 9-cloud state in this narrow gorge. This was a God-given opportunity. After being sent to hell by Lung-Er, he didn't expect that he would be so lucky to have the opportunity to continue cultivating. At this moment, he deeply felt how exciting it was to be able to continue cultivating after one's strength had reached a certain level. Of course, Sanaa didn't know what Chi Yu was thinking about in the air. Looking at the lightning energy on his body gradually fading, Sanaa's expression became hesitant. At this moment, his body was floating in the magma. The energy that Chi Yu had attacked in his body had been gradually forced out of his body. However, the damage to his body would take at least a month to recover. This kid had definitely brought him great humiliation and now seemed to be the best opportunity to destroy him. However, he seemed to have saved him just now. Moreover, with his remaining energy, could he really destroy him? Sanaa was still hesitating, but the other hell creatures had already begun to stir. Some of them even rushed towards the direction of the magma. Every hell creature knew that Sanaa had suffered a huge injury. At the same time, they also understood that this was the best opportunity to destroy Sanaa. If the great demon king was gone, then there would be no ruler here. The strong preyed on the weak. This had always been the nature of hell. Even the dozens of people from the Black General's clan looked at Sanaa strangely. They even wondered if the great demon king here should be changed. If the new kid in the air was still powerful, then he would definitely become the new master of this place. Asking for a reward from the new master was obviously the best choice. Sanaa was actually not stupid. He was just a little impulsive. Suddenly, he realized that the aura of the hell creatures around him was not right. He immediately reacted. With a cold snort, he forcefully activated the dark energy in his body and emitted a huge circle of energy waves. Although the injuries in his body started to hurt again, the sudden appearance of pressure also shocked the originally hesitant hell creatures. Their chance had also disappeared because Chi Yu, who was floating in the air, had also landed. A faint light flickered, and the crimson gold armor disappeared. Chi Yu once again returned to his previous appearance of only being covered by a layer of Kirin armor. From his eyes, a layer of silver-purple light flowed out, and the thundercloud force in his body became unprecedentedly abundant. A circle of distorted light exploded from his body, instantly causing the bodies of the hell creatures around him to be violently numb. No one dared to move. Demon King Sana, I think we can have a good talk now. I remember you just said that as long as I can defeat you, there's a possibility of cooperation with you, right? Chi Yu looked at Sana with a smile. He was now completely in the posture of victor. Sana took a deep look at Chi Yu. He knew that if the brat in front of him wanted to destroy him, there wouldn't be any problems. Even that huge ball of lightning didn't seem to cause any harm to him, not to mention his current self. He took a deep breath and barely suppressed the anger in his body. How do you want to cooperate? Survival was the most important thing. Sana understood this very well. So, before his strength recovered, he would never go against Chi Yu. Chi Yu said, "It's very simple. I will bring you out of here, but you have to tell me where to reach Earth. This condition is very fair, right? Don't you want to settle the score with Satan? This is your only chance." Sana was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Chi Yu's condition to be so simple, especially after he had just defeated him. Suddenly, he thought of something and his expression changed. "Human, are you a human?" It seemed that this guy wasn't too stupid. Chi Yu neither admitted nor denied it. "You don't have to know who I am. Just tell me if you are willing to cooperate with me. I think this is the best ending for both of us." Sana's eyes flickered constantly. Obviously, he was thinking about Chi Yu's words. The first thing he thought about was whether this guy in front of him was a human. If he was, how did he come to this plane? Moreover, he actually knew about him and Satan, and also knew about his Nislung heir. Thinking of this, the feeling that Chi Yu gave him became more mysterious. "Can you really get us out of here?" Sana asked doubtfully. Chi Yu smiled indifferently and said, "I will prove everything with facts." Sana's eyes flickered. This time, he was much smarter. He didn't ask about Chi Yu's origin. He nodded and said, "Okay, then I will cooperate with you once. As long as you can take us out of here, I will tell you where the passage to Earth is." Chi Yu smiled and said, "Tell me after we leave here? This doesn't seem to mean that you are sincere. How about this? I will leave here first, then fly out from above, to prove that I have the ability to leave here. If I can leave here, it naturally means that I can also take you out. So, you need to tell me where the passage to Earth is first, then I will take you out." Sana snorted coldly. "You can leave here, but I'm afraid it doesn't mean that we can leave." Chi Yu said, "So, you still don't believe me? Okay then, I will take you out first. Then you tell me the route to Earth, and I will send your men out to meet you. How about it?" Sana looked at the confident look on Chi Yu's face and couldn't help but waver. In order to leave here, he didn't know how much effort he had put in, but the lightning outside was so terrible that he couldn't pass through. He nodded and said, "Okay, then take me out of here first." "When?" Chi Yu looked up at the sky and smiled. "Now." Sana's expression changed. "Now? You should be very clear about my physical condition." Chi Yu said, "You don't need to do anything to leave here. With my protection, you won't be hurt. If I wanted to harm you, I would have destroyed you just now, or simply ignored you. Isn't it easier to let the lightning strike you? Since we have chosen to cooperate, then you should trust me." Sana hesitated again and again, but he still agreed. If Chi Yu left here alone, with his current situation, the hell creatures in the narrow valley would probably not let him go. As for what kind of surprise Chi Yu could bring him and how he could take him out, he didn't have much time to think about it. Sana once again came to the shore from the magma lake. With Chi Yu by his side, the surrounding hell creatures quickly dispersed, leaving an empty space. Chi floated up and patted Sanaa's left shoulder with his right hand. While Sanaa was stunned, the strange energy in his body was suddenly sucked out from Chi palm, making his body feel much more refreshed. There was also a soft and viscous energy that gathered his shattered shoulder bones together, making him feel much more comfortable. I'm going to start. Since you have chosen to trust me, you don't need to do anything. Just wait. As he spoke, the colorful light appeared again. This time, it was no longer the undying domain, and Sanaa's huge body was sucked into the Kongtong seal in the blink of an eye. His body rose, and under the gaze of many hell creatures, Chi flew above the narrow valley. What he had to do was to withstand the lightning and walk out of the narrow valley. With the Kongtong seal's endurance, he could easily take away all the hell creatures here, but now was obviously not the time. At least, he had to wait until Sanaa's strength was fully restored. As he floated to the top of the narrow valley, Chi immediately understood Sanaa's depression. As soon as he stepped into the narrow valley, he immediately felt a huge pressure produced by the Chi of heaven and earth, which instantly locked his body. The lightning in the sky appeared again, but this time, its target was changed to him. Even with Chi-Yu's strength, the immense pressure made it difficult for him to breathe. Under this huge pressure, it could be said that it was difficult to move even an inch. Flying was completely impossible. The air seemed to have solidified, making the pressure that Chi-Yu had to endure hundreds of times the gravity. If he wanted to leave this area, the only thing he could do was to walk out with his own two legs. Bluish-purple light floated around Chi-Yu's body, and the thundercloud force formed a huge light shield with the support of the source of nature energy, enveloping his body. Looking up at the sky, Chi-Yu was not in a hurry to leave because he was not sure if he could walk out. If he used the undying domain, he might be able to do it. However, what Chi-Yu was most looking forward to now was not to leave this place, but to upgrade his thundercloud force to its peak state and reach the true 9 clouds. Such an opportunity might only come once in a lifetime. He definitely did not want to give up. Therefore, he just stood at the edge of the cliff. At least, when he could not withstand the huge earth-shaped lightning attack, he could return to the narrow valley to avoid disaster like Sanaa. When Chi-Yu had just adjusted the energy in his body and sat down cross-legged, the spherical lightning attack had already begun. The first spherical lightning ball was mixed with an incomparably powerful aura. Under the effect of heaven's might, it heavily bombarded the defensive shield of thundercloud force above his head. In an instant, the entire defensive shield was surrounded by electric snakes, and the huge energy completely enveloped Chi-Yu's body. Chi-Yu's eyes shone brightly. With the previous experience, he was much more confident this time. At least, the power of this lightning attack was not as powerful as the previous ball of lightning that was several times stronger. The source of nature energy in his body circulated at an unprecedented high speed. Without too much filtration, he immediately absorbed the energy of the ball of lightning into his body after it became a little calmer. After fusing with his own thundercloud force, it became the power of Chi-Yu's defense. The first lightning was very easy to resist, so his thundercloud force had a slight growth after absorbing the pure lightning attribute energy. However, the continuous barrage of attacks caused Chi-Yu to suffer unspeakably. The ball of lightning would not wait for you to completely absorb the previous one before attacking. From the moment the first ball of lightning appeared, the thunder in the sky became stronger and stronger. Huge bolts of lightning energy fell crazily, and purple fireballs constantly devoured Chi-Yu's body. Every time the loud roar appeared, the hell creatures in the narrow valley would tremble in fear. They were really afraid that the ball of lightning would destroy the valley. Fortunately, the target of the ball of lightning was only Chi-Yu, and the narrow valley was strong enough. The problem that they were worried about did not appear. The thunder in the sky became more and more violent, as if there was a god of thunder in the sky that had become angry. Perhaps because Chi-Yu could resist for such a long time, the earth-shaped lightning in the sky began to change. The original purple lightning was dyed with some white light. At the same time, the volume of the ball of lightning was constantly increasing, and the attack frequency was greatly increased, like rain. It became a chain of ball lightning. F***CK, Chiyu roared. He had finally activated the undying domain. He had to give himself some time to catch his breath. Using the absolute blocking power of the undying domain, he floated down and landed in the narrow valley. At this time, he had resisted the ball lightning for a full 20 minutes. After landing in the narrow valley, Chiyu immediately began to cultivate. His body had accumulated too much unstable lightning energy, and he had to digest it immediately. Otherwise, it would inevitably cause irreparable damage to his body. None of the hell creatures dared to ambush Chiyu at this time. In their eyes, Chiyu's tyrannical strength was simply not on the same level as theirs. Even if it was Sanaa, he could only last for 10 minutes under the attack of the lightning ball. But this guy lasted for a full 20 minutes and still could not return on his own. With such formidable strength, it was no wonder that he could defeat Sanaa. If anyone were to launch a sneak attack on him, and he still had some strength left, he would probably die immediately. With his strength, how could he not have any strength left? Of course, they did not know that because of Chiyu's own thundercloud force, his resistance to lightning was much stronger than Sanaa's. Therefore, even though his energy was similar to Sanaa's, he could resist for a longer time. Chiyu looked a little funny. His hair was completely standing up in an explosive fashion, and his whole body was scorched and emitting black smoke. If it was not for his strength, he would have been treated as roasted meat. Fortunately, the Kirin armor on his body was also black, so it was not obvious that he was scorched. His silver hair stood up, looking very strange, but it added a bit of ferocious strength. The source of nature accompanied the thundercloud force, continuously absorbing the lightning energy molecules into his body. The growth of the thundercloud force was like a rocket. The 20 minutes of heart-wrenching bombardment just now did not go to waste. The thundercloud in Chiyu's body had reached an unprecedented level. Although it was still very far from the level of 9 clouds, Chiyu knew that as long as he could persist, breaking through to 9 clouds was a foregone conclusion. Although he did not know where the pure heavenly lightning here came from, it was probably his only chance to break through to 9 clouds. A layer of dust gradually fell from Chiyu's body, and the black scales on his body disappeared along with everything, revealing Chiyu's clear bronze skin. Apart from his hair that had not fully recovered, after 10 minutes of cultivation, he had completely absorbed the thundercloud force just now. With the support of a huge amount of energy, coupled with the training of the ball lightning, he had completely recovered to his peak state in a short period of time. The reason why he could recover so quickly was mainly due to the source of nature. Not only could the source of nature help him quickly absorb the lightning energy, but could also cooperate with the thundercloud force to quickly recover from the injuries on his body. At the same time, Chiyu found that every time he was injured, his body would be modified to a certain extent and become more resilient after being healed by the source of nature and the thundercloud force. However, when he was on Earth, there were simply too few forces that could hurt him, so all along, Chiyu did not pay much attention to this situation. However, it was different now. With the ball lightning for him to torture himself, the situation had completely changed. When he came to the top of the cliff again, everything started again. The ball lightning did not know what fatigue was at all, and another round of bombardment began. The power of the ball lightning gradually increased each time, and as time passed, it became stronger. After the first experience, Chiyu was more confident this time. He increased the time from 20 minutes to more than an hour. It did not mean that his strength had increased by 3 times. This time, he was much smarter. In order to have more time to directly absorb the lightning energy molecules in the air, this time, when Chiyu's body had reached its limit, he immediately released the few types of thundercloud force in his body to resist the attack of the ball lightning, and he quickly adjusted his body's condition to speed up the absorption of the thundercloud force. Coupled with the experience from the first time, he could better survive the bombardment of the ball lightning, which increased the time limit of 20 minutes to the limit. Chapter 294. A faint light flashed, and Chiyu's eyes shone brightly. However, his body was once again turned into barbecued meat. When he returned to the narrow valley, all the hell creatures looked at Chi Yu as if he was a monster. Is this guy really a powerhouse from hell? Even the great demon king Satan couldn't resist the lightning ball for so long. After all, the atmospheric morality in the lightning ball was what the hell creatures feared the most. Among the hell creatures here, the weaker ones couldn't even withstand a single lightning ball. However, the final ball of lightning that the Black General Tribe expert had faced had already reached a diameter of 3 meters. Bolts of lightning struck down continuously, causing the hell creatures in the narrow valley to feel numb all over. Just the shockwaves from the lightning were already so terrifying. What would it feel like if they were struck by lightning? Looking at Chi Yu, they had already become the most loyal believers. Other than worshiping him, there was nothing else they could do. Extreme training was definitely the best. However, it also gave Chi Yu the greatest burden, and his body was almost destroyed by the lightning ball. However, the results of this training were extremely satisfactory. The huge thundercloud force felt like it was about to leave his body. 50% of the purple thundercloud force in his body had already turned blue, although he didn't know how long it would take to break through to the 9 cloud level. Chi Yu could faintly feel that this was his only chance. This time, he only had 20 minutes to rest. After all, he had expended too much energy. When he fell from the top, there was only the crazy thundercloud force left in his body. The injuries on his body were also much more serious than before. While absorbing the thundercloud force, he dived into the lava to absorb the surging energy to heal himself. After a full 20 minutes, this undying cockroach finally stood up again. This time, his skin seemed to have become fairer than before. Chi didn't even pause before he went back to the top of the cliff. After all, time was limited. Only God knew what would happen in hell. Since Lung Air brought him here, there was no reason Satan wouldn't know. If Satan came looking for him, he might not have the chance to cultivate anymore. Therefore, Chi seized every moment he had. He cultivated madly and climbed to the top of the narrow valley again and again. In order to make Sanaa trust him, Chi deliberately used his spiritual power to open up Sanaa's vision of the outside world so that he could see what he was doing. Chi persistence not only conquered the hell creatures, but also completely deterred Satana. Such a powerful ball of lightning. Even in the Kong Tong seal, he could faintly sense it. Sanaa knew that in this situation, even if he used his full strength, he would not be able to defeat Sanaa. He would definitely not be able to last half of Chi Yu's time, let alone recover as quickly as him. This guy was a monster. It was definitely a monster. Now, Sanaa no longer thought about whether Chi Yu was a human. In his mind, there was absolutely no human who could reach this level. However, how could he know that although Chi Yu was a human, what flowed in his body was Kieran's blood? Chi didn't know how long had passed. He just felt that the thundercloud force in his body was growing wildly. Whenever his body could no longer bear it, he would return to the narrow valley to rest. Once his body recovered, he would immediately return to the top of the cliff to absorb the huge energy in the ball of lightning. Repeating this, the thundercloud force in his body had undergone earth-shattering changes. The first change was from purple to blue, then from blue to white, and finally from white to a strange silver purple. The strength of his own thundercloud force had far surpassed the other 3 types of thundercloud force. However, after reaching the silver purple level, Chi Yu's absorption of the thundercloud force had no effect. Sitting quietly in the magma, Chi Yu's brain was spinning rapidly. Could it be that under such circumstances, he still couldn't bring the thundercloud force to the 9 cloud level? If this was the case, what kind of plane would he need to reach a stronger strength? The silver-purple thundercloud force in his body had now turned into a special form, condensing into a huge thundercloud force that stayed between his chest and abdomen, while the other 3 types of thundercloud force were still condensed in his dantian. Compared to the thundercloud force, their size was much smaller. What was more interesting was that when Chi Yu urged his thundercloud force to circulate, the thundercloud force actually turned into small beads. The silver-purple beads moved in his meridians. Although they contained a huge amount of thunder attribute energy, they didn't affect his meridians at all. In fact, the impact was even smaller than before. When Chiyu tried to launch an attack with the thundercloud force, he was amused to find that his attack had also turned into a lightning ball. No matter how he used the thundercloud force, whether it was integrated with other thundercloud force or unleashed by himself, when the thundercloud force erupted, it would always be in the form of a lightning ball. The power was nearly twice as great as when he used the thundercloud force alone, and the explosive power had become even more terrifying. Was this the nine-cloud thundercloud force? Chiyu didn't think so, because in the past, when he used a single type of thundercloud force to upgrade one cloud, he would have a special feeling, but this time, it didn't appear. In addition to bringing him a burden, the lightning ball outside could no longer make any changes to his silver-purple thunder bead. The energy could only play a supplementary role. However, after reaching the current realm, after using the thundercloud force, it would crazily absorb the thunder attribute energy molecules from the outside world to replenish the thunder bead. He didn't have to worry about it all. Therefore, there was no point in continuing to cultivate. Brother Xieji, are you there? Chiyu separated a part of his spiritual force into the Kongtong seal. Now, the ones who were most familiar with his situation were probably Xieji and Zagru. However, Zagru was just a prediction. He was far less clear about his own energy than Xieji. Xieji's voice sounded, Chiyu, I heard from Senior Yinling that you have now left Earth. Chiyu, yes, I was sent to the Hell World. I am now thinking of a way to go back. Brother Xieji, my thundercloud force has been upgraded to a certain level here, but I don't know if I have reached the 9th level of thundercloud force. Hearing what Chiyu said, Xieji was shocked and hurriedly said, What? How is this possible? You, Ming Ming, have reached the biggest bottleneck. Wait a minute, I will immediately come out of the Kongtong seal to check the condition of your body. A familiar feeling spread all over his body. Xieji's soul came back. He was silent for a full 5 minutes before his voice sounded again. With a long sigh, Xieji's voice was full of excitement. God's will, this is definitely God's will. Chiyu, I really didn't expect it. Your strength can actually make another breakthrough so quickly. Chiyu asked doubtfully, So, I have now reached the 9th level of thundercloud force? Xieji said, I don't know about this. Because your situation is unprecedented in the history of the Kirin clan. However, what is certain is that your thundercloud force has definitely developed to the 9th level. At least it can be seen from the gap between it and the other kinds of thundercloud force. But now obviously it has reached a bottleneck. According to my deduction, you have reached the final level of the 9th level. It is no longer possible to break through each kind of thundercloud force separately. If you want to break through to the final supreme realm, you can only wait for the energy of the 4 kinds of thundercloud force to be enough before breaking through together. Now, thundercloud force should have reached the bottleneck of breaking through. In the future, as long as the other 3 kinds of thundercloud force also reach this level, I think your goal of breaking through the 9th level can be achieved. Could it be that your final cultivation must be done in this hell world? Chiyu, tell me first what happened. Chiyu briefly told everything he encountered after coming to hell. Of course, his emotional entanglement with Leng'er was still concealed. After all, Wenting was also in the Kongtong seal. It was better not to let her know about this kind of thing. After listening to Chiyu's words, Xieji said in a deep voice, No, there is definitely a problem here. The hell world should be an absolute world of darkness. How can there be the existence of the righteousness of heaven and earth? To be able to improve your 8-level thundercloud force, how pure the thunder energy is needed. It doesn't even exist on earth. How can it appear in the hell world? Chiyu, although I can't be sure, this valley is definitely not simple. There must be a reason for the existence of these ball lightning energy. Chiyu said thoughtfully, Could it be that these ball lightning don't belong to the hell world at all? Xieji smiled bitterly. I don't know about this. However, I am still happy that you can reach the final bottleneck of thundercloud force. Congratulations, Chiyu, work hard. I really look forward to seeing what the most powerful Kirin in history will look like in the end. Chiyu smiled and said, I will work hard. I just don't know where the other powerful energy of the thundercloud force is. If I can also find it in hell, that would be great. Siege returned to the seal spirit. Chiyu knew that it was time for him to leave with Sana. After continuous practice, his body's ability to withstand thunder energy had reached the peak. This time, he practiced in the magma for a full hour before returning to the top of the cliff again. Before the ball lightning started to attack, Chiyu released as much of his energy as possible to resist the pressure in the air and ran quickly in a direction. It had been a long time since Chiyu used his legs to run. His speed was very fast. Although he could not fly, with the help of thundercloud force, his speed was much higher than Sana's. The attack of the ball lightning still appeared. This time, Chi did not take it head-on. He used Kirin to create a slender lightning rod and used the skills he had mastered to the limit, so that the impact of the ball lightning on him was reduced to the minimum. Coupled with the energy in his body and the undying domain, he could resist the strongest attack at any time. It took him a full hour and a half to finally walk out of the threat of the ball lightning. Above the narrow valley was a plateau, terrain. In fact, he didn't walk very far, only about 100 kilometers. Without the huge pressure of the ball lightning and the atmospheric morality, such a short distance would only take a moment for Chiyu. He was finally out. Chiyu panted heavily as he turned his head to look at the gradually disappearing purple lightning. He could not help but inwardly sigh in relief. No wonder Sana could not do it. He was restrained by the thunder energy, and he had no better way to resist it. He was afraid that he would not be able to bear it after walking 1/3 of the distance. Chiyu first rested for a while, allowing the energy in his body to recover to 80% before releasing Sana from his Kantong seal. At this time, there was a huge difference between Sana and his previous self. As soon as his huge body, which was more than 10 meters tall, appeared on the plateau, his face suddenly became extremely excited. He slowly squatted down and inserted his hands into the hard rocks, crushing them into powder and letting them slide in front of his eyes. I'm back. I'm finally back in the hell world. Satan, can you imagine? I'm finally back. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Sana's appearance, Chiyu could not help but admire him. Sana's recovery speed was also very fast. With the help of his own origin of nature and the water thundercloud force, his shoulder bones had begun to fuse so quickly. This could be seen from the way he used both his hands. It seemed that his hatred for Satan was not just a little bit deep. Chiyu put his hands behind his back and stretched his body. The bones all over his body made a crisp sound. In the ball lightning, not only did his thundercloud force improve greatly, but at the same time, his body was also transformed again by the continuous raging of the ball lightning. The strength of his body was high, even compared to Sana, who lived in the magma for many years. Do you believe me now? Chiyu said indifferently. Sana turned his eyes to Chiyu. Little monster, where did you come from? Can you tell me? Chiyu shook his head and said, It's better if you don't know. I can only tell you that we are not enemies, at least not now. As long as Sana did not threaten Earth, Chiyu was too lazy to make enemies in another plane. He even wanted to help Sana to deal with Satan. That would be the best result. Sana nodded and said, Okay, I believe you. I'll tell you how to get to Earth now. However, with your current situation, I'm afraid it's difficult to do so. After I tell you, you must wait for me to restore my strength before you can bring out the other hell creatures in the canyon. Our cooperation will end here. Chiyu said, Say it. I'm waiting to hear it. At this time, Sana no longer had the arrogance he had when he first saw Chiyu. Chiyu proved everything to him with his strength. He had completely regarded Chiyu as a super expert of the same level. It's not difficult for ordinary hell creatures to leave hell and reach Earth as long as they have the help of strong people like us. Oh, Chiyu's eyes showed a hint of surprise as he quietly listened to Sana. Sana said, With Earth as the center, there are many planes in our whole world. Like hell, there are the so-called heaven and some other planes. Among them, these planes are divided into two camps. To put it simply, the distinction was between evil and justice. However, you should know that those so-called justice are just sanctimonious. Chi said, get to the point. I should know these better than you. Sana was not angry because of Chi rebuttal. He said lightly, in these planes, there are ways to reach Earth. As long as you can grasp some coordinates to Earth, you can teleport there through some small channels, or you can jump through space. In hell, all the points that can jump to Earth are in the hands of Satan. These jump points can only be used once in a certain time, and there are many restrictions, especially the restrictions on energy. The lower the energy, the easier it is to teleport. As far as I know, in the jump points that are in the hands of Satan, the best one can only teleport a strong 8-winged black general clan. Of course, 8-winged is extremely rare in the black general clan. Apart from me and Satan, there are basically no such strong people now. Of course, that lackey Lucifer is an exception. However, based on your situation, your energy is even higher than mine. It's almost impossible to use the jump point. Chi frowned and said, then how can I come to this world? According to what you said, I shouldn't have come here from the jump point. I'll be honest with you. I'm a human on Earth. Sana looked at Chi in surprise and didn't speak for a long time. His eyes flashed fiercely for a few minutes. Then he shook his head and said, it's not the same. Although I don't know how a human can reach such intensity of energy. But you have to understand, going from Earth to hell and from hell to Earth are two completely different concepts. Perhaps this is the arrangement of heaven. In order to balance the various planes, it's extremely difficult to go from other planes to Earth, but from Earth to other planes, there are no restrictions. As long as you can find the specific location and coordinates of the plane, you can easily cross over. Of course, it's precisely because it's almost impossible to find the coordinates of our planes that the difficulty of going from Earth to hell and from hell to Earth is almost the same. I know that Satan is very ambitious and has always wanted to go to Earth, but his power is too great. It's impossible to pass through the jump point. In this matter, you, me, and him are all the same. Chi thought for a moment and said, is there no other way? Sana said, of course there is. Otherwise, why would Satan always want to invade Earth? In this matter, my point of view is the same as his. If I were the ruler of hell now, I would also want to invade Earth. After all, that's the foundation of each plane. Whichever plane can occupy Earth, then will become the true ruler of our world, which is also the strongest. In fact, from my brother's plane to Earth, there's a passage, a very wide passage that can accommodate a large number of troops. This passage also doesn't have any energy restrictions. It's just that on these passages, there are very powerful restrictions. Even strong people like me and Satan can't pass through. As he said that, Sana turned around and looked in the direction that Chi had rushed out. Chi looked at him dumbfoundedly and said, you're not telling me that the narrow valley is the passage from hell to Earth, are you? Sana smiled, a sinister smile that looked like it deserved a beating. Why not? Except for the seal between planes. Do you think there's any power in hell that can stop me? Satan took a fancy to this, so he sealed me here. The Canyon of Demons is the passage from hell to Earth, and the heavenly thunder above the narrow valley is its seal. Only when these heavenly thunder are completely dissolved can the passage be opened. With your strength, you may be able to pass through the bombardment of the heavenly thunder, but if you want to pass through the seal of the heavenly thunder, I'm afraid there's still a long way to go. After all, that's a realm that Satan and I can't reach. Chi hesitated for a moment and said, then, why does Satan seem to be very confident that he can attack Earth? Sana's eyes shone brightly, and his blood-red eyes seemed to be filled with a terrifying aura. That's because that day may come. In both the righteous and evil sides, there's a special day. No one knows how long it will take for this special day to appear. However, there will be a certain omen 100 years before each time it appears. Of course, I don't know what the omen is in the Canyon of Demons, but Satan definitely knows. If my guess is correct, Hell's Spring is coming. Or it should be said that spring is coming for all evil planes. At that time, the seal of the passage will automatically open, and the army of hell will march straight in. And on Earth, there's no power to stop us. Because the opening time of our evil planes and those so-called righteous planes is tens of thousands of years apart. They can't come to Earth to compete with us. At most, they can send some small fries through the small passage, but that won't be of any use. Chiyu sucked in a breath of cold air. He now finally understood Zagru's prediction and Yama's worries. What they were worried about was probably the arrival of that day. As for the specific date, perhaps only Satan would know. If the evil army really came to Earth with a number of hell creatures, it would inevitably cause misery to the people on Earth. Thinking of this, his heart couldn't help but sink, and the light in his eyes became a lot more gloomy. Sana said, "I've told you what you want to know. Now, I'm going to cultivate. Before I finish cultivating, you can't bring any hell creatures out." Chiyu glanced at Sana, and he already had a plan in his heart. If he wanted to return to Earth, he must first pass through the blockade of the ball lightning, break through the seal, and then enter the passage to Earth. Perhaps this wouldn't be easy, but with his current attainments in Thundercloud Force, it was very likely that he would succeed. After all, when his strength increased to the 8 Cloud Realm, his use of the Kongtong seal was far beyond what it used to be. The duration of the Undying Domain was greatly increased. If he used his full strength, he might be able to pass through. But what should he do after that? He didn't know when hell would come to the human world. The only ones who knew about this were the higher-ups of hell, which was Satan. And Lung-Er was his daughter. It was very likely that she also knew. He had to find Lung-Er before leaving, and get the exact information from her, so that he could prepare early when he returned to Earth. "Don't worry. I'll definitely do what I promised you. But, Sana, can you tell me how many evil planes can come to the human world?" Sana thought for a moment and said, "Very few. There are very few truly powerful evil planes. Apart from our hell, only the evil plane that was separated from the righteous plane could be considered as powerful. That place seems to be called the underworld. I'm not very clear about the specific situation. After all, I've been sealed by Satan for too long. As for the other weak evil planes, I'm sure they wouldn't dare to go to Earth. Otherwise, I don't think Satan would mind destroying them, obtaining the coordinates of their planes, and occupying their place." Underworld. Hearing this name, the first thing that came to Chiyu's mind was the Greek guardians. In Greek mythology, there seemed to be a story about Hades. Moreover, Hades seemed to be the same level as Yamu, a Greek main god. Could it be that the underworld that Sanam mentioned was Hades and his subordinates? Judging from Sanaa's tone, even if the underworld was not as powerful as hell, it shouldn't be much weaker. Under such circumstances, with the power of the Vatican and the Greek guardians, how could they stop the invasion of 2 evil planes at the same time? But fortunately, he didn't get any information from Sanaa about the evil planes related to the east. Otherwise, it would be really difficult. "Okay, you go and cultivate. I'll walk around. By the way, can you tell me where Satan is?" Sanaa's eyes flashed. "You're going to find Satan?" Chiyu said lightly. "Why? Are you afraid I'll be killed by him?" Sanaa shook his head and said, "I know Satan's power too well. With your strength, even if you can't beat him, at least you can escape. However, if you and I join forces, even if it's Satan, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to resist. I can see that you're very concerned about hell. If you're willing to join forces with me, then I can promise you that after I get the right to rule hell, I'll never use this opportunity to invade Earth. How about it?" He had long taken a fancy to Chiyu's strength. After some simple thinking, he had already guessed Chiyu's opinion, so he proposed a second cooperation invitation at the right time. Chiyu took a deep look at Sanaa, and a smile appeared on his face. "We'll talk about this matter after I complete our first cooperation. However, I'm very interested in cooperating with you for the second time." "Really want to cooperate for the second time? What a joke. That's simply asking a tiger for its skin." How could Chiyu believe the words of hell creatures? Wouldn't they go back on their words? Sanaa said, "Well, since you're very confident in your strength, you might as well try to find Satan first. When you see him, you'll know how strong this guy is. Satan's Demon King's castle is directly below the purple sun. It's also the core of the entire hell world. You only need to go in the direction of the purple sun, and it won't take long to reach it." Nodding, Chiyu floated up and entered the second realm of origin mutation. He spread a pair of black wings behind him and flew in the direction of the purple sun. With this pair of black wings and black scales on his body, Chiyu once again became a member of the Black Generals. Demon King Castle. The Demon King Castle where Satan resides. Satan, are you also waiting for my arrival? Chiyu's flying speed was very fast. Although the Hell world was vast, it couldn't be compared to Earth. Otherwise, Earth wouldn't have become the foundation and center of the whole world. After flying for about 3 hours, Chiyu discovered that the number of hell creatures on the ground had increased. Because he had seen almost all kinds of hell creatures in the canyon, he wasn't too surprised to see them again. There were also many hell creatures flying in the air, and most of them were black generals with a pair of wings like him. These flying black generals became Chiyu's best cover, which he didn't expect. These hell creatures seemed to be heading towards the Demon King's castle. Could it be that Satan has already gathered the hell army and is preparing to attack the human world? If that's the case, then the day the seal is unlocked is coming. Thinking of this, Chiyu couldn't help but feel nervous. He knew that his action time had become even shorter. In the distance, the incomparably majestic Demon King's castle appeared in front of him. 100 kilometers away from the Demon King's castle, Chiyu saw a large group of cities. In other words, this was a huge ring city, and the Demon King's castle was the center of this city. And this city was really too big. The 100 kilometers in the center was completely empty, perhaps because of the respect for the Demon King's castle. All the hell creatures entered the city when they reached the periphery, and the flying black generals also landed one by one. None of them entered the inner circle of the city. Chapter 295. In the world of hell, apart from the core circle, the various races were scattered in other places. These creatures of hell had different living habits and often fought with each other. However, they all agreed to obey Satan's orders. As long as the fighting between them wasn't too intense, Satan usually didn't care. Only the strongest of the various races could join the burning legion ruled by Satan. That was the strongest armed force in hell. Chiyu was very familiar with the cities of hell, because the Dark Parliament Hell City had been built in imitation of hell. Therefore, the buildings here were almost exactly the same as Hell City, with spires everywhere. In the core circle of hell, all sorts of laws were very strict. Here, apart from the gladiator arenas, no one was allowed to fight. If anyone alarmed Satan, or did something that angered Satan, there would only be one result: extermination. Satan had absolute authority in this world. Apart from those fellows in the Valley of Demons, almost no one dared to go against his wishes. Chiyu's appearance was extremely similar to that of the Black Generals. As the royalty of hell, the Black Generals had a great advantage. At least, no other creatures of hell dared to provoke the Black Generals in the core circle of hell. This was because more than 30% of the people in the core circle of hell came from the Black Generals. This was the advantage of royalty. Chiyu walked on the streets. As he walked towards the core circle of hell, he observed his surroundings. In this huge ring-shaped city, there was an endless stream of creatures of hell. However, it was different from human cities. Almost all the things sold here were things that could only be found on the bodies of creatures of hell. In this world where the strong preyed on the weak. Creatures of hell were the masters of hell and also the source of everything else. Powerful creatures of hell could treat weaker creatures of hell as food or even decorations and other things. One's status in hell was completely determined by one's martial prowess. Whoever was stronger would be respected by others, or rather, feared. All sorts of shops sold dead or alive creatures of hell. These hell creatures that were caught and sold would be branded. Even if they were of the same race, it would be impossible to rescue them under such circumstances. No one would try to rescue them, unless they were bought. The currency in hell was very strange. It was actually carved out of stone. Chiyu had seen this kind of stone before. It was the kind found in the canyon of myriad demons, and it was far harder than metal. Some of the more powerful creatures of hell even wore hell stone coins around their necks. Meanwhile, this was also a black city. All the buildings were black, and at least 30% of the hell creatures were black. The gloomy atmosphere in the city seemed to be filled with the smell of blood. Was this the infernal realm? It was truly a hellish world. What a cold feeling. This feeling filled Chi-Yu with disgust. Here, it was made up of almost all negative emotions. Chi-Yu found it hard to accept the bloody products in the shops. Some merchants even sold their own clansmen as commodities. He killed them in the shop. Whenever such a situation occurred, a large number of hell creatures would gather and cheer excitedly. Bloodthirst appeared in almost every one of them. If such a creature were to occupy Earth, what kind of scene would it be? Chi-Yu didn't dare to imagine. No, I can't let Satan succeed. Chi-Yu's heart was filled with a strong desire to fight. Invisible energy was released inadvertently. The powerful aura immediately made the hell creatures that passed by quickly move away. Their eyes were filled with respect. Chi-Yu wouldn't eat the food in hell, because it was almost all blood and meat. It already looked disgusting. Soon he was close to the inner city. The height of the inner city wall was actually higher than the outer city. As long as he passed through here, he would be able to enter the open area between the Demon King Fortress and the Ring City. Chi didn't know how many city gates there were. Anyway, there was one in front of him. At the entrance, there were at least hundreds of Burning Legion soldiers guarding. The Burning Legion was very easy to identify. He didn't know what kind of power Satan gave them, but these Burning Legion soldiers all had a green flame burning on their bodies. The stronger the flame, the stronger their strength, and the higher their position in the Burning Legion. Should I charge through? If that's the case, I will be exposed immediately. Looks like I can only rely on my invisibility to sneak in. Thinking of this, Chi-Yu left the city gate and prepared to find a place to hide. Then, he would think of a way to pass through the gate and enter the Demon King Fortress to find Long Air. At this moment, a noise suddenly reached Chi-Yu's ears. It seemed like two hell creatures were arguing. Turning around, he saw that these two hell creatures were actually black generals like him. They also had a pair of wings on their backs. You want to participate in tomorrow's matchmaking with just your strength? I think you should stop dreaming. Kid, do you want to go to the arena and let me beat you up so badly that even your mother can't recognize you? What's wrong with me? Why can't I participate? The great Satan has already issued an order. No matter who it is, as long as they are a member of the Black Generals, they have the right to participate in tomorrow's matchmaking. Whoever Her Highness likes will be the son-in-law. When that time comes, Satan will directly raise the son-in-law's strength to the level of a 6-wing. I know you're ugly because you're jealous of my handsomeness. Bullshit. I'm jealous of you? Why don't you take a piss and see what you look like? Humph. Do you think I'll be afraid of you in the arena? The two black generals dragged each other and left. At the same time, they also brought along a large group of onlookers. The thing these hell creatures loved to do the most was to watch people duel. Only the scene of flesh and blood splattering everywhere could stimulate their bloodthirsty nerves. Matchmaking. The Princess of Hell's matchmaking. Ling'er had said that she was Satan's only daughter. Was she going to marry? He didn't know why. After hearing this news, Chi-Yu felt a slight pain in his heart. Ling'er's beautiful face kept flashing before his eyes. Ling'er, is this your idea or Satan's? Originally, Chi-Yu was ready to go to the Demon King's castle immediately. But for some reason, after hearing this news, are you still reading secondhand books? He actually didn't go to the Demon King's castle in stealth mode. Instead, he decided to stay in the core circle of hell for a day. Matchmaking? Seems like this is a good opportunity. At least I can be sure that Ling'er will be there. Chi-Yu comforted himself like this. But unknowingly, his fists were clenched tightly. Hell also had inns, but they were very expensive. Only a few high-ranking nobles in hell could afford them. And the black generals were royalty, so there shouldn't be any problems. After secretly stealing some hell stone coins from some people, Chi-Yu turned into a rich man and found an inn to stay in. He wasn't greedy for comfort, because he could only stay in a place like an inn. It was the easiest place to get information. The inns in hell were very clean. Chi-Yu checked into an inn called Hell's Heart. In the hell world, there seemed to be only slaughter. Handicrafts and other industries were pathetically rare, so much so that the inn's guests were actually served on stone beds. As for bedding and other things, they were mostly made from the bodies of hell creatures. For example, a chamber pot made from the head of a demon bear of hell. These were the things that Chi-Yu didn't want to touch. After paying, Chi-Yu directly went to the restaurant in the inn. He needed to get the information he wanted from there. Once he entered the restaurant, Chiyu realized that he shouldn't have come. The thick smell of blood almost made him fall. He couldn't help but feel confused. Could it be that hell creatures didn't even know how to use fire and how to eat raw food? Looking at the bloody meat of various hell creatures on the other tables, Chiyu almost vomited. And the drinks sold in the restaurant were also made from the blood of various hell creatures. It looked very strange. Hell, as expected of hell. Handsome young man from the royal family. What would you like to eat and drink? A gentle voice sounded beside Chiyu. When he turned around, he saw a person who was about 6 meters tall. She was about the same size as Mo Dan at her fattest. She had a head of messy green hair and a body full of stinky liquid. She stood in front of him, her eyes shining with charm. Damn it, this gap is too big. Chiyu really suspected that the voice just now came from her mouth. He waved his hand and said, "Give me a drink." The horrifying waiter continued to ask, "What drink do you want? We have a full range of blood from all races here." Chiyu said coldly, "I want the black generals." The waiter's eyes changed, and he hurriedly lowered his voice and said, "Respected young man from the royal family, you are really bold. That is a taboo. Don't talk nonsense. How about a cup of the blood of a three-headed hellhound as your drink? Only the blood of a three-headed hellhound is worthy of your nobility." Chiyu thought to himself, hell also has taboos? He waved his hand impatiently and said, "Then give me a cup of anything." He wouldn't drink it anyway, but he still had to put something on the table. Otherwise, it would be too easy to arouse suspicion. The stinky waiter finally left. Chiyu calmed down and gathered thundercloud force to his ears. He carefully searched for the information he wanted in the noisy restaurant. There were many people in the restaurant, and this was because this restaurant was relatively high-class and expensive. If it was an ordinary restaurant, it would have been overcrowded. Because of the princess's marriage contest, the entire course circle of hell was unprecedentedly lively. Most of the other races of hell came to watch the show, but the black generals were all rubbing their hands. As long as they were of the right age and looked similar, they all hoped to fly up the branches and become demons. If they could marry the princess of hell, the great demon king Satan would be able to raise his son-in-law's strength to at least 6-winged. That was the biggest dream of any hell creature. With his hearing coverage, Chiyu easily obtained everything he wanted to know. After all, at this time, almost the entire course circle of hell was discussing the topic of the princess's marriage contest. It was impossible not to hear it, even if he didn't want to. "Brother, you have a great chance this time. You're the cream of the crop among the younger generation of the Black Generals tribe. You've reached 4-winged at such a young age, and you're so handsome. When you become the emperor's son-in-law, don't forget to help me out." A strange-looking, two-headed giant exuding a foul stench spoke to a young man from the Black Generals tribe beside him. The young man from the Black Generals tribe looked very handsome indeed. His hair was gray, and if not for the layer of scales on his body, he looked no different from a human. His expression was very cold, and his entire body exuded a layer of evil aura. From a visual estimate, he was about 2 meters tall with broad shoulders. His body constantly emitted layers of powerful energy waves. Perhaps it was because of his superior strength that he sat in the center of the restaurant. With a sinister smile, the young man said, "That's easy. If I can really marry Princess Lungaire, I'll definitely not forget you, brother." The two-headed monster said, "It's a pity I'm not from the Black Generals tribe. Otherwise, I might even give it a try. What an honor it would be to be bestowed with such powerful dark energy by His Majesty." The young man snorted disdainfully and looked at the two-headed monster. "I'm not saying this, but with your looks, do you think the princess will like you? This time, His Majesty has allowed us, the Black Generals tribe, to participate in the betrothal contest. Only a member of the royal family is worthy of the princess nobility. Actually, I'm not particularly interested in the energy bestowed by His Majesty. Perhaps you've never seen Princess Lungaire before. Her Highness is definitely the most beautiful woman in hell. I truly like her. She's always been the most noble witch in my heart." At this point, the light in his eyes became somewhat infatuated. One could imagine that Lung Er's status in hell was not as high as Satan's, but it wasn't that far off. Satan's proposal to betrothal this time had the entire hell boiling over. Beauties, power, and strength would all be concentrated on one lucky person, who wouldn't want to win in the end. The two-headed monster's eyes revealed a trace of malevolence, but it quickly disappeared. He smiled apologetically. Of course. Brother, you're just right for Her Highness. Right? Where will the betrothal contest be held this time? Also, how are we going to do it? Your Black General's tribe has a lot of people, and many of them are of suitable age. With so many people, are you going to let Her Highness choose one by one, or a lot at once? The young man said, You probably don't know about this. His Majesty has already announced the betrothal contest, and only our Black General's tribe has received the news. For this betrothal contest, His Majesty has set an unprecedented precedent, allowing everyone to enter the core circle of hell. It will be held in the empty space between the Great Demon King Castle and the core circle of hell. At that time, our Black General's tribe will be allowed to enter the core circle. In the core circle, this is a place that only the Burning Legion can enter. Brother, you're really honored this time. Hearing the two-headed monster mention the Burning Legion, the young man's expression became somewhat unnatural. He said hatefully, The Burning Legion is probably my biggest obstacle this time. In the Burning Legion, there are many of our Black General's clansmen. When the time came, they would definitely participate in the marriage contest. One of the Burning Legion's super experts, the Terror Demon King, would probably come as well. If we were to compete in strength, I would definitely have no hope. However, their appearances are rather poor compared to our Black General's clan, so I still have a chance. At this point, the Black General's clan's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but feel slightly dejected. After all, the Black General clan was one of the largest clans in the entire hell, and the number of people participating in this marriage search was unimaginable. How could it be easy to emerge victorious amongst so many people? The two-headed monster replied, I hope your Majesty won't allow the Dreadlords to participate in this betrothal contest. Otherwise, I'm afraid you don't even have the courage to participate. Who would dare to fight against the powerful Dreadlord? The young man snorted strangely and said, That's where you're wrong. This marriage isn't entirely based on martial strength. His Majesty the Great Demon King hoped to find a son-in-law for Her Royal Highness. Therefore, this marriage contest will be carried out in two ways. The first method is for His Majesty and the fallen angel, His Highness Lucifer, to pick the most beautiful and outstanding people from our race. Then, Her Highness Princess will choose if Her Highness Princess can choose one of us. If Her Royal Highness can choose one of us, then the marriage contest will be over. Her Royal Highness will only choose one son-in-law. The two-headed monster asked, Then what about the second way? What is it? The young man said, If Her Royal Highness really can't choose the person she likes from us, then we'll really have to use martial strength to solve the problem. His Majesty Satan said that when the time comes, there will be a marriage contest. Every member of the Black General tribe will have a chance. 10 people will be chosen based on their strength, and then His Majesty will personally choose one. At that time, Her Royal Highness won't have a choice. Therefore, I think Her Royal Highness will still choose the first way to choose the son-in-law. After all, in that situation, the decision will still be in her hands. If His Majesty were to choose, I'm afraid it would be very difficult to satisfy Her Royal Highness. Therefore, I still have a lot of chances. Hearing this, Chiyu roughly understood the meaning of the marriage contest. Needless to say, this marriage contest was forcefully decided by Satan. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a marriage contest. He didn't know why, but seeing that hell was carrying out this ancient marriage contest, Chiyu felt very excited. He also wanted to see how hell was going to choose a son-in-law. Moreover, Lung Er would definitely appear during the marriage contest. With his strength, he would definitely be able to find a chance to interact with Lung Er. Wasn't there going to be a marriage contest? Tomorrow, I'll first reduce the strength of these fellows from hell. Thinking of this, Chiyu stood up. He didn't even look at the fresh blood that had just been served. He threw down the money and returned to his room. The princess marriage contest could be said to be the biggest event in hell in the past thousands of years. This time, the entire hell was shaken. The burning legion was completely deployed to the surroundings of the core circle of hell. After all, in hell, Satan had absolute authority. As long as he was still around, the other races of hell would not be able to rebel against his rule. Early in the morning, one could see from the city walls of the inner circle of hell that large patches of green light had already appeared around the gigantic Demon King's castle. It was filled with evil and powerful energy. This was the only army in hell, the burning legion that belonged to Satan. The orderly formation and strong physique made the burning legion look very terrifying. In terms of numbers, there were at least 100,000 soldiers of the burning legion in the inner circle of hell. They lined up in rows, dividing the spacious and empty space between the inner circle and the Demon King's castle. The black generals had long received Satan's orders. Therefore, early in the morning, under the supervision of the burning legion, they had already started to enter. At this time, the city walls of the inner circle of hell were already filled with people. There were even many platforms set up below the city walls. Although they couldn't participate in the princess marriage contest, the other races of hell who had come were very eager to see this grand event and their great demon king Satan. Chi-Yu quietly lined up with the black generals. The black generals were divided into many parts, including a few large tribes. The members of the black generals from these tribes would naturally gather together. Chi-Yu could only follow the scattered members of the black generals in a long queue, ready to be inspected by the burning legion. Chi-Yu wasn't worried that he would be recognized. Even Sana couldn't tell that he was a human, let alone the burning legion. However, the long queue made him feel a little bored. He could only ponder over the mixed application of his thundercloud force while he was queuing. If he were to fight in the contest later, what kind of energy would be most suitable for him? After all, most of the energy possessed by the hell creatures here was dark energy. Although there were energy patterns that were similar to natural energy, there was also dark energy mixed in. Perhaps normal hell creatures wouldn't be able to see the difference in their energy, but hell creatures of the Dreadlord rank and above could easily see the situation of their energy. What should he do? Regarding this problem, Chi-Yu quickly thought of a solution. At his level of power, his attainments in energy conversion was not something a normal person could compare to, but that was still God-level power. Simulation. He could only use his own energy to simulate the dark energy. Chi-Yu believed that with his control over his energy, unless Satan was watching closely, he wouldn't be able to see anything. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to see anything. After a long wait, when the purple sun's light became very strong, he finally passed the inspection at the city gate. The Burning Legion's inspection was actually very simple. It wasn't to confirm one's identity. As long as one was a member of the Black Generals, and his age wasn't out of the range, they would naturally let him through. Therefore, apart from a few old men seeking marriage, most of the Black Generals were let in. Chi-Yu was naturally among them. As soon as he left the city gate, Chi-Yu was instantly shocked by the scene in front of him. The distance between the core circle of hell and the Demon King's castle was much larger than he had imagined. As far as the eye could see, the Burning Legion was like a green ocean. This was the place closest to the purple sun of hell. Naturally, the dark energy was also the most abundant. Under the cover of the dark energy, the Burning Legion gave off an incredibly powerful aura, easily giving off a strong sense of oppression. The Black Generals were divided into many groups by the Burning Legion according to the different gates they came out of. Each group formed a somewhat chaotic formation. They waited quietly in a designated area. According to Chi-Yu's preliminary judgment, the number of Black Generals who came to participate in the betrothal contest had already surpassed the Burning Legion inside. It seemed that hell was indeed powerful. Although he didn't know how many hellish creatures there were in hell, just the Black Generals in front of him alone. Almost enough to form another Burning Legion. Of course, even if ordinary forces were to arrive on Earth, they would not be able to do much. If his guess was correct, Satan was able to bring hell to the human world, and the people he brought with him must be the elites of the entire hell. Even the Burning Legion couldn't all go to Earth. They still had to leave some people to guard here. To stop Hell's attack, they only needed to wait for the path to the human world to close. At that time, at least Hell wouldn't have any reinforcements. It seemed that Hell would bring a great disaster to the human world, but it wouldn't be that easy to take over the entire Earth. After all, the technological prowess on Earth was far beyond that of Hell. More and more black generals had gathered. At this time, in the Demon King's castle, Lingere was throwing her princess temper. Boom! The room had long since been destroyed by the enormous dark energy and became a mess. Lingere angrily swept the table in front of her into pieces. I won't marry. Father, why are you doing this to me? Lingere glared at Satan next to her. Satan looked at her calmly, as if he didn't see the destruction in front of him. However, the only person in Hell who dared to cause destruction in the Demon King's castle was probably this daughter of his. Lingere, stop messing around. You should know that once Father has decided on something, he can't change it. Especially in this matter, you've already seen that there are at least 100,000 black generals participating in this marriage search. As the ruler of the entire Hell, Father must keep his word. Especially now that the person participating in this marriage search is a member of the royal family of Hell. All right, dress up nicely. The ceremony is about to begin. Don't let me hear what you just said, otherwise, you know what I'll do. Lingere was already in despair as she looked at Satan's cold gaze. She knew that nothing she did now would be of any use. In this world of Hell, Father was the absolute ruler. Even she couldn't change anything from him. Chiyu did not stand out amongst the numerous members of the Black General clan. Most of these youths were around 2 meters tall, and there was no lack of handsome ones amongst them. Moreover, in order to display their strength, quite a few members of the Black General clan had unleashed their wings. Although only a few % of the entire Black General clan possessed wings, they were undoubtedly the greatest competitors in this marriage contest. The stronger one was the closer they stood to the front. There were even some places where internal strife had already begun. Since they were here, who wouldn't want to be successful? The entire process lasted for an entire morning. Under the supervision of the Burning Legion, although there were still some small fights, there were no major disturbances. According to the division of the Burning Legion, all the black generals were divided into 36 groups, surrounding the open space around the Demon King's castle like stars surrounding the moon. This was the first time Chiyu saw so many people gathered together. Although it was in Hell, the grandeur still made him gasp in amazement. When the gates of the core circle of Hell closed, everyone was getting impatient from the anticipation. However, a dignified voice silenced the entire scene. My people, the people of the royal family. Today is the day I decide my daughter's marriage. I, the ruler of Hell, Satan. I, the ruler of Hell, Satan, announce it here. No matter who it is, as long as he becomes my son-in-law, he will become the prince of Hell who will assist Lingere. No matter why you've come here, I hope to see your greatest strength in front of me. Satan, it's Satan. Chiyu gazed into the distance and saw 7 to 8 people standing on a huge platform at the top of the Demon King's castle. And standing at the very front, the giant who was more than 15 meters tall, was Satan. His whole body was shrouded in a layer of black air, making it impossible to see his appearance clearly. However, from his tall figure and cold eyes, it could be seen that Satan's appearance was very similar to Sanaa's. They were worthy of being brothers, and he was the ruler of the entire Hell. Hearing Satan's voice, the originally somewhat impatient crowd immediately fell into extreme excitement. Everyone shouted Satan's name, and the entire scene became boiling. Huge energy fluctuations produced intense energy effects. One could almost see with the naked eye that large areas of black air were rising in the huge square. And under the contrast of these black air, the purple sun became even more dazzling. Chapter 296. Beside Lingere was Chi-Yu's old acquaintance, the fallen angel Lucifer. The others were all super experts of Hell. Although they were far away, Chi-Yu could still determine that they were at least at the 6-winged level based on his mental strength. He knew 3 of them. They were the Dreadlords that he had fought in the Covenant of Darkness. In the infernal world, they could display 100% of their strength. Such a powerful camp could indeed cause a devastating blow to the powerhouses on Earth. Under the influence of the providence of nature, his mind power condensed into the shape of a needle and carefully probed Lung Air. From Lung Air's expression, Chi Yu understood many things. He suddenly realized that Lung Air had occupied a very important place in his heart. As he recalled the past, Chi Yu's blood began to boil. She is my woman. How can I allow her to marry someone else? No matter what, today's matchmaking must be ruined. With a cold flash, Chi Yu made up his mind. Lung Air stared blankly at the scene in front of her. The sea of cheers was nothing more than noise to her. She thought to herself, Chi Yu, oh Chi Yu, just where are you? I lied to my father and didn't tell him that you had come to hell. Where are you? Save me. Even if we have to elope, I am willing to leave with you. My father wants absolute power. He doesn't care about my happiness anymore. Now, I can only fight for it myself. Chi Yu, just as she thought of this suddenly, a familiar feeling hit her. Lung Air's pupils suddenly shrank. Her lifeless eyes suddenly became fierce. Her gaze instantly locked in one direction in the huge crowd. She saw a pair of eyes, a pair of very familiar black eyes. Although it was only a flash in the huge crowd, Lung Air was overjoyed. He's here. He's really here. Her originally cold and sad heart was instantly lit up with a new flame. Her hope had finally become a reality. But at this moment, Lung Air suddenly became nervous after the excitement. He's here. What'll he do? If he comes into conflict with my father, there was no way he could escape unscathed. After all, almost all of the most powerful forces in the infernal realm were gathered here. But he was only one person. Chi Yu used his spiritual power to inform Lung Air that he was here and immediately disappeared into the crowd. This was because when Lung Air looked at him, Satan's gaze also followed. Satan's sensitivity to spiritual power was much stronger than Chi Yu had expected. No wonder he was the strongest person in the entire hell realm. The purple sun enveloped the earth. In this core of hell, with the Demon King's castle as the center, everywhere was filled with an austere atmosphere. Looking at the noisy scene in front of him, Satan's ice-cold gaze became a bit more bloodthirsty and excited. In the near future, such a scene would definitely appear on Earth. At that time, he would become the true ruler of Earth. Thinking of this, the reluctance he felt because of his daughter's anger disappeared instantly. He would never allow anything to stop him from moving forward. Lung Air was his only daughter. No matter what, she must stay by his side and be under his control. Thinking of this, Satan slowly raised his hands. A layer of dark red light was suddenly released, and a huge energy fluctuation almost instantly spread to every corner of the square. The purple sun in the sky suddenly shot down a huge purple light, completely enveloping Satan's body. Under the cover of the purple sun, the great Demon King of Hell suddenly shocked everyone. The noise disappeared, and the square with hundreds of thousands of people became silent at this time. The eyes of every hell creature were focused on Satan, and the light in their eyes turned into fear and worship. Strength. This was the strength of the great Demon King. Everyone felt as though they couldn't breathe. Under the increasing pressure, they became more and more nervous. What was His Majesty the Demon King trying to do? Wasn't he here to find a husband? The burning energy fluctuation on Satan's body became more and more intense. The light of the purple sun completely enveloped his body, causing the layer of black air around his body to gradually disappear. At this time, Chi Yu saw Satan's true appearance. Compared to Sanaa, he was a bit more dignified, and the evil aura wasn't strong. However, his gaze alone brought Chi Yu a huge pressure, which was something that Sanaa couldn't do. Although it was only a difference of 2 wings, the difference between Sanaa and Satan was like heaven and earth. At this time, Chi Yu had some doubts about his own plan. Even if he released Sanaa and the hell creatures in the Demon Canyon, could they compete with Satan or even pose a real threat to Satan? According to Chi Yu's own judgment, the answer was very difficult. The power that Satan controlled was really too strong. Sanaa had been imprisoned for God knows how many years, and under so many years of rule, Satan's power had long spread to every corner of hell. The hell creatures weren't just afraid of him. They also worshipped him blindly, and this kind of worshipping was the most terrifying. As Chiyu pondered, the black generals beside him quickly fell down one by one. Their eyes were only filled with reverence and fear. Under the huge pressure, they finally couldn't bear it anymore and sat down on the ground one by one. Speaking of which, it was strange. As long as the black generals sat down on the ground, they would immediately feel the pressure. However, it was impossible for them to stand up again, because the moment they stood up, they would immediately feel the huge pressure appear again. Most of the black generals didn't understand what was going on, but Chiyu understood very well. It was because he understood that he now had a bit more admiration for Satan. Satan's control over his own energy could be said to be amazing. He could actually maintain the pressure emitted by his body at a position of more than 2 meters above the ground. In other words, the pressure in the air was divided into layers. There wasn't the slightest bit of pressure from energy, but above 2 meters there was a huge pressure. This way, the black generals wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. The black generals wouldn't be hurt, they just needed to sit down. Chiyu knew that he couldn't control such a large area of energy. Although Satan also had the help of the purple sun in the sky, in this hell world, he was probably the only one who could borrow the power of the purple sun. Chiyu was very doubtful. If Satan was on Earth, would he still be able to maintain this kind of strength? However, at least from the current situation, he definitely wasn't Satan's match. Chiyu smiled faintly as a trace of light appeared in his eyes. In front of Satan's pressure, although he wasn't really affected, he very naturally revealed a pained expression. Like the other black generals around him, he pretended to be struggling to hold on. The huge pressure lasted for a full 5 minutes before stopping. At this time, only 1/50th of the black generals could still stand. There was no need for Satan to give the order. The Burning Legion had already moved. This was a test. If they couldn't even withstand Satan's pressure on such a large area, they would obviously be eliminated. It wasn't that easy to become Satan's son-in-law. At the very least, they had to have a certain level of strength. Under the supervision of the Burning Legion, the black generals who had been overwhelmed by the pressure left one by one with their tails between their legs. After waiting for half a day, all they got in exchange was to accompany the crown prince in reading. When most of the black generals returned to the core circle of hell, the entire plaza was already a lot more spacious. At this moment, the majority of those who could remain were those from the black general tribe who had wings. Even those who didn't have wings, even those without wings had already reached a certain level of strength. In order to not attract attention, Chiyu also released his pair of Kirin wings, a 2-winged black general clansman. He wouldn't attract attention, right? Satan looked at the people in the plaza with satisfaction. There were still thousands of people in the plaza, and the black generals of the Burning Legion had already been separated out. Those of suitable age stood together with the remaining black generals. Satan's voice sounded. To be able to withstand the pressure I bring proves that you have a certain level of strength. However, this is still far from enough. If you want to become a true expert, you will need to put in a lot of effort. Before Lung Er chooses her son-in-law, you must prove to me that you have enough strength. From now on, I need you to engage in a real battle, a battle between yourselves. No one is allowed to join hands and fight as an individual unit. There is no need to unleash a fatal attack. Whoever can first obtain the ears of 3 others will be able to advance to the next round. Also, you must ensure that your ears are intact. I don't want my son-in-law to have no ears. All right, begin. Satan's words were short, but his simple instructions brought about a bloody storm in the plaza. Under the temptation of power and beauty, no one would easily let go. Almost at the instant Satan said the word begin, all the black general clansmen moved, surging dark energy chaotically appearing among the black general clansmen. At this time, there were no friends to speak of. Everyone around them was their enemy. The real battle had begun. Hearing Satan's words, Chiyu couldn't help but feel shocked. This Lord of Hell's method of choosing a son-in-law was indeed perverse. He actually made his subordinates kill each other. Although it was only cutting off their ears, how many people could pass this hurdle. The chaotic battle began. Those winged black general clansmen pounced on those who had no ears. They had to pick the soft ones. These black general clansmen, with a certain level of strength, didn't want to be eliminated before the real prince consort selection had even begun. At the same time, they wanted to preserve more of their strength. The chaotic battle was fierce. Almost in an instant, hundreds of ears were separated from their owners' bodies. Chiyu couldn't be bothered to observe the others. At the same time he said, "Begin," at least 10 people reached out towards him. Dark energy fluctuated violently. These fellows were all targeting his ears. Chiyu couldn't help but laugh bitterly. "I only have 2 ears. What's the point of so many people fighting over them?" Although this was what he was thinking, his body had already begun to move. The energy was completely restrained. Chiyu's expression became abnormally cold. His hands formed a circular arc around his body. His body was as stable as a mountain. The surrounding black generals immediately felt a huge wave of energy suddenly rush towards them, completely blocking their attacks. At this moment, Chiyu's clothes moved. Stepping on Kirin, his black body instantly became illusory. He easily tore off 3 ears from the crowd of black generals. 3 miserable screams rang out. Chiyu had begun his sneak attack. His hand looked very gentle, but a surge of lightning energy was already quietly emitting from it. He stealthily approached one of the black generals and pressed his right hand on his back. Borrowing the force, he floated forward and dodged the attacks from the other 4. Chiyu's hands are like the 1,000 hands Guanyin, constantly waving. Every time he touched a black general's, a gentle wave of energy would enter their bodies. This wasn't true gentleness. Under the gentle water thundercloud force, a lightning bead had already entered the bodies of these people. This was the same type of lightning attribute energy as the ball of lightning. However, under the cover of the water thundercloud force, the black generals who had been injected with the lightning bead didn't feel too much. They only felt a cooling sensation where they had been patted. At this moment, they were in a state of high tension. These black generals couldn't care less about these details. They all roared madly, trying to resist the hands that were trying to grab their ears. At the same time, they also had to think of a way to grab the ears of others. Chiyu's body was like a swimming fish, constantly weaving around the bodies of the black generals with a cold glint in his eyes. Don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame His Majesty Satan. Since I've already come to hell, then I can only do my best to weaken the overall strength of hell. Chiyu acted very quickly. No one knew that he had already started to plant a time bomb in the bodies of the black generals participating in the matchmaking contest. That's right, a time bomb. Using the combination of the water thundercloud force and the thundercloud force, Chiyu followed the principle of a time bomb and left one lightning bead after another in the bodies of the people he patted. As long as the water thundercloud force dissipated in their bodies, then in the next moment, the small ball of lightning would explode in their bodies. This was a method that Chiyu had thought of while queuing up in the morning. Now is the time to test its effects. Chiyu bent down. It wasn't very obvious among the large number of black generals. Soon, he had already entered the midst of the black generals belonging to the Burning Legion. His movements became faster and more effective. "Satan, oh Satan, I'm sorry. Let me give you a big gift first. No matter what, you're still my father-in-law." The chaotic battle lasted for an hour before it ended. In the end, the number of black general tribesmen that were left was surprisingly small. Of the original 5,000 black general tribesmen and the 20,000 Burning Legion, only less than 2,000 were left. Actually, this was because Satan's command was too effective. There were many black generals with decent strength who had managed to grab 3 ears with great difficulty, only to have their ears torn off by others when they wanted to leave the battlefield. There were too many such examples. Thus, the number of ears lost by the black generals this time was incomparably large. After a later calculation, out of the 25,000 black generals who participated this time, half had actually lost 2 ears, while the rest had lost 1 ear. It was completely enough to form an earless army. As expected, the remaining 1,800 or so black generals were completely made up of winged black generals. Strength was the root of everything. All of the four-winged black generals had passed through the chaotic battle just now. The four-winged black generals were already extremely powerful. It was extremely difficult for ordinary black generals to even get close to them. On the other hand, the black generals on the two flanks had suffered significant losses. Of course, Chiyu was definitely not one of them. Standing quietly in the middle of the victorious black generals, Chiyu quickly activated the natural energy in his body, absorbing the energy molecules in the air to replenish himself. Although the thundercloud force had been upgraded to the level of 9 clouds, it was still not enough. However, his movements were so fast that even Chiyu himself did not know how many thunder pearls he had used, but it was definitely not less than 5,000. With such a huge consumption of energy, even he had to quickly replenish it. However, the origin of nature was indeed magical. Even Satan couldn't compare to his energy recovery speed, so Chiyu wasn't worried about his energy consumption. Under the command of the Burning Legion, the black generals who had lost their ears had already been sent out of the plaza. Some of the black generals who had failed in the first trial couldn't help but rejoice in their misfortune. Although they couldn't enter the princess's choice, at least they didn't lose their ears. However, they didn't know. In the near future, the black generals who had lost their ears would be put in an important position by Satan because they could pass the first trial. Of course, this was a story for another time. Satan looked at the remaining 1,000 or so people with satisfaction, then turned to Lung Air beside him. I've already eliminated most of them. You can start choosing now. I believe that among them, there will definitely be someone that you'll be satisfied with. To Satan's surprise, Lung Air actually nodded, and there was even a hint of anticipation in her pink eyes. Could it be that his daughter had changed her mind? Or had she given in under the pressure that he had given her? Satan couldn't help but feel a little happy. After all, his daughter was his, and his orders were absolute to her. Satan waved his hand, and Lucifer brought the 3 dreadlords away from the platform quietly. The remaining 1,800 people in the plaza below formed a long line under the supervision of the Burning Legion, standing in an arc in the middle of the plaza. Lucifer quickly brought the 3 6-winged dreadlords to the plaza and said in a low voice, "You will soon be received by Her Royal Highness. Whether or not you become the prince's son-in-law, this will be the greatest honor of your lives. Remember, when you see Her Royal Highness, if anyone dares to blaspheme her, there will only be one result, and that is to be thrown into the canyon of 10,000 demons." All right, let's begin according to the order. Under the lead of the 3 dreadlords, the long line of people walked towards the direction of the Demon King's citadel. The Demon King's citadel was over 1,000 meters tall, and these people were naturally not allowed to go up. Lung Air stood at the outermost edge of the platform. With her eyesight, although she was quite far away, she could still see the people walking down the Demon King's citadel. In front of the Demon King's citadel, there was already a platform that was about 100 meters tall. 1,800 people went up from one direction and down from the other. Everyone was allowed to stay on the platform for 5 seconds, and after bowing respectfully towards the Demon King's citadel, they could only descend from the other side. Chiyu was in the middle of the line. Seeing the black generals deliberately putting on their most handsome appearance, he couldn't help but feel a little amused. Why was this like an ancient talent show in the Yenwang Republic, just that they were transferred here? It was Princess Lung Air who wanted to marry the prince consort. What a joke. What was even funnier was that he was actually one of them. Because of some people's deliberate delay, the 1,800 people took more than 2 hours to walk from the platform. No, this isn't him. This isn't him either. Lung Air's gaze became more and more disappointed. It was already the last few people, but she still hadn't found the person she was looking for. He, Ming Ming, was here. With his strength, it was impossible for him to be eliminated in the previous 2 tests. In other words, he was definitely among the 1,800 people. That's right, he looked like the black generals, and he had that Kirin armor. Others definitely wouldn't be able to recognize him, but how could she not recognize him? However, now that it was already the last few people, there was still no sign of him. Chi, you bastard, where the hell are you? Actually, Chi had already walked over from the platform. Under the circumstances, he naturally couldn't let Long Air recognize him. If Long Air recognized him, it meant that Satan would recognize him. When she saw him, her emotions would definitely change. With Satan's strength, it could be said that he would definitely be able to sense it. Therefore, when it was Chi-Yu's turn to go up on the platform, he relied on his exquisite control of energy to not only completely conceal his aura, but at the same time, he used the energy of the source of nature to change the muscles on his face, making him look more handsome than before. However, he didn't look like himself anymore. He was easily ignored by Long Air. How about it? My good daughter, is there not a single person that you like? Or you can choose some of them to compete with. Whoever wins will be the final winner. How about it? Satan gave a suggestion to Long Air. Long Air shook her head and said, "None of them are qualified to be my son-in-law. Father, since you've already decided, then I'll leave this matter to you." Satan frowned slightly. Although Air didn't object, he could naturally see many things from the dim light in his daughter's eyes. He only had one daughter. It was impossible to say that he didn't feel heartache for her. However, as the ruler of hell, he definitely wouldn't change his mind about something that he had already decided on. More than 1,800 people remained in the plaza. After Satan and Lucifer discussed for a while, they decided to carry out the second plan. Those who could remain. Almost all of them were envoys of the younger generation of the Black Generals clan. Satan followed the original plan and ordered the Burning Legion to move. Apart from the Black Generals clan, the Burning Legion quickly divided up empty spaces in the empty plaza. Each empty space was about 10 feet long. A total of 500 such empty spaces were carved out. The betrothal contest had entered the stage of the martial arts competition. There were more than 1,800 people in any combination. They were scattered, and 3 or 4 people were arranged in a square of empty space. Satan's orders were simple. The 500 people who could emerge victorious from the battle royale of 3 or 4 people would enter the next round of selection. Chi-Yu was rather unlucky. There were a total of 4 people in the empty space where he was. 2 of them were 4-winged Black Generals clan experts. The 2 4-winged Black Generals looked at each other helplessly. Through the exchange of glances, they had already made a decision. They would first get rid of the 2 2-winged people in front of them, then decide the winner. After all, only one person could be the winner here. Dark energy surged in an instant, and the 2 4-winged people pounced directly at Chi-Yu and the other 2-winged Black General. To them, there was no doubt that a 4-winged versus a 2-winged person would win. Although it wouldn't be an instant kill, with the difference between a 2-winged and a 4-winged person, they definitely wouldn't last a minute under their attacks. Their thoughts weren't wrong. Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. However, they were rather unlucky, because one of the 2 2-winged people in front of them wasn't a Black General at all, but a human from Earth. The strongest person among humans, the king of the Zodiac, who possessed god-level abilities. Chi-Yu feigned a panicked expression. Seeing his opponent pounce at him, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He wouldn't let the battle end so quickly. Satan and Lucifer were watching from the Demon King's fortress. He definitely wouldn't let himself show the slightest flaw. Therefore, when he saw the 4-winged opponent pouncing at him, he turned and ran. His movements were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he was already at the edge of the Burning Legion's defense. As long as he left the edge, he would be eliminated. Seeing that Chi-Yu was fleeing in panic, the 4-winged Black General snorted in disdain. He spread his 5 fingers, and black energy condensed into powerful energy rays in the air. 2 huge dark claws grabbed at Chi-Yu's body. Chi-Yu was as slippery as a fish. Just as he was about to be attacked by the dark energy, his body suddenly leaned to the side, as if he had lost his footing, and suddenly fell to the ground. However, just as he was about to touch the ground, his left hand pressed on the ground, and his body immediately shot out like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he had already leaped out of his opponent's blockade. A blood-curdling scream was heard, and the other 2-winged Black General was sent flying out of the battle circle by the 4-winged Black General's attack. After all, they were all from the same tribe, so the 4-winged Black General had a sense of propriety. Although he was seriously injured, the 2-winged Black General was not dead yet. "Why haven't you finished yet?" the four-winged black general who had defeated his opponent said somewhat impatiently. The four-winged black general who was chasing Chi Yu could not help but be furious. He simply gave up the chase. The energy in his body suddenly rose, and a surging black weapon burst forth. In the blink of an eye, it had completely enveloped the entire open space, plunging the place into darkness. The other four-winged black general seemed to want to finish the battle as soon as possible. The last thing the surrounding Burning Legion soldiers saw was him pouncing in Chi Yu's direction. The thick black fog lasted for a full minute before disappearing. The sound of energy bursting could be heard continuously. Because of the black fog, nobody knew what was going on inside. Of course, if one had enough mental strength, they could still explore the situation inside. However, at this time, which powerhouse with sufficient mental strength would pay attention to the battle here? Chapter 297. Chi put on a fearful expression and chuckled. "Lucky, really lucky. Both of them are seriously injured." The truth seemed to be as he said. The two four-wingers stared at each other and stood there motionlessly. One of their hands was stabbed into each other's hearts. Blood kept flowing down from their bodies, and it seemed like they were not going to survive. Of course, the truth would not be as simple as Chi said. The four-winged black generals were not a threat to him at all, let alone two. Even if there were 200 of them here, he could still deal with them easily. Under the cover of the black fog, Chi Yu suddenly released his true strength. With the power of Kirin's origin, he easily took care of the two fellows and put them in this position. A faint light flashed, and Chi Yu's eyes revealed a cold glint that no one could detect. At this time, the outcome of most of the 500 battlefields had been decided. Among the 1,800 people before, the four-wingers accounted for about 1/5 of the number, which was more than 300 people. At this time, most of the victors were four-wingers. Only a very small number of two-wingers were either lucky enough to be assigned to an empty space where the opponent was also a two-winger, or they were really strong. Although the difference between a two-winger and a four-winger was huge, there were some exceptions. Just like in the Kirin clan, even if Kirin was one cloud lower, he could still defeat a high-level Kirin. The 500 people did not even have time to rest before they were immediately separated again. This time, the empty space separated by the Burning Legion had increased from 500 to 250. It was a 2-on-1 fight, a fair fight. Chi Yu was still unlucky this time. It was still a four-winger opponent, almost the same as before. This opponent looked at Chi Yu with disdain. At this time, Chi Yu no longer planned to hide anything. The four-winged black general floated up and appeared in front of Chi Yu in the blink of an eye. The surging dark energy formed a large net, enveloping Chi Yu's body from all directions. Chi Yu could not help but be alarmed when he sensed the characteristics of the other party's energy. Although the energy of these black generals was far from his, it was still far from being comparable to him. However, in terms of combat, it was very flexible. Everyone had different characteristics. The same dark energy was used in different ways. The web-like attack in front of them was very unique. Like a spider hunting its prey, it played a huge role. At the very least, it prevented Chi Yu from dodging in any direction. 4 wings against 2 wings. His opponent had no chance of escaping. The black general in front of him seemed to already see victory and was waving at him. He was indeed waving his hand. However, it wasn't victory. Instead, it was a large black hand that seemed to be filled with darkness energy. However, the moment it approached, the black general clearly saw it. On the edge of his palm, there was a silver light. Dark energy suddenly burst forth, and the 4-winged warrior raised his right arm to block the attack. At the same time, his left leg sprang up like a razor, kicking straight at the opponent's lower abdomen. If this kind of power hit, even if he didn't die, he would die. He would also have to shed a layer of skin. However, he no longer had the chance, because the opponent he was facing was not the one he had imagined. The air seemed to disappear in an instant, vanishing into the silver border. His body froze, and in the next moment, he clearly felt as if something was spurting out of his body. The black figure passed right in front of him. Impossible! How could he pass it through my body? This was this 4-winged black general's final thought. In the next moment, his body had already crashed to the ground. The answer to the riddle was revealed. What was the best way for a person to pass it on to another person? It was to cut the opponent in half. From the central position, Chiyu stood in the open with a cold expression. Without even looking at his opponent, he walked out of the open space and gathered with the victors. In the open space where he had fought before, there was a corpse that had been cut in half from the center. Kirin's Shura blade was derived from Miero's Hell Shura blade, but it was much more powerful. With the power of Kirin's arm, it was extremely sharp. How could a four-winged black general resist it? Moreover, before his opponent was attacked by Chiyu, he had spread out a large amount of his energy in an attempt to control the area where Chiyu could dodge. This time, Chiyu finally attracted a lot of attention because no one could clearly see what he had done. His opponent had already been cut in half. It should be noted that he was now in the form of a two-winged warrior. A two-winged warrior killing a four-winged warrior was something that had never happened in the history of the Black Generals. However, there were too many participants in the competition, and Chiyu was very good at controlling his own energy. The Kirin Shura blade he had unleashed just happened to break his opponent's defense, and there was no excess energy seeping out. This meant that even though he had attracted a lot of attention, it was only within a very small area. Out of the 500 to 250, only 3 people had died. After all, this was a competition, and Satan had already given the order to minimize casualties. Chiyu's appearance had been changed by him to be very inconspicuous. Although his actions this time were a little big, it still did not attract too much attention. However, after this round of competition ended, there were only a few people left from the two-winged Black General clan. The venue was changed once again. The number of venues was reduced by half, but the area of each venue was expanded. The people at the end of the stage were stronger, so the bigger the venue, the higher the standard of the contestants. So, relatively speaking, a bigger venue would allow them to perform at a higher level. Standing in the crowd, Chiyu had a faint smile on his face. Today, he was here to cause trouble, not to find a wife. However, finding a wife was also one of his goals. At least, he would not allow anyone to lay their hands on his woman. Chiyu was lucky this time. He had encountered an opponent from the two wings. To prevent himself from attracting Satan's attention too early, he had entangled with his opponent for at least 10 minutes before he managed to kick his opponent down at the last moment. This time, it was not fatal, not because Chiyu was being kind, but because he had already installed a lightning orb in his opponent's body. Those lightning orbs were Chiyu's gift to Satan. Now was not the right time to show this gift. At this time, there were only 125 people left in the venue, and Chiyu was the only one left from the two-winged Black Generals. Before the next round of competition began, Satan ordered that the 125 people should take a break. After all, one after another, the battle had already used up a great deal of their energy. Other than a freak like Chiyu, not many people could endure such a huge consumption. Everyone made use of this short period of time to cultivate, try to recover as much energy as possible in the shortest amount of time possible. Chiyu sat in the crowd. His spiritual force carefully expanded, replacing his eyes to observe the situation around him. The light of the purple sun was still as strong as ever, and the hell creatures watching from the core of hell had long since gone berserk due to the blood and gore of the battle. If not for the fact that Satan's might was the most insurmountable peak in their hearts, some of them would have long since charged out. Satan stood on the high platform. His gaze swept across the remaining 125 young elites of the Black Generals clan, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. The Black Generals clan had become more and more powerful, and their rate of improvement was far beyond that of the other clans. Under his care, the Black Generals clan had grown very quickly in all aspects. Perhaps it was because he had watched too many human movies, and his current sense of beauty was already very close to that of humans. Apart from the Black Generals clan, the other hell creatures were not much different from magical beasts in his eyes. Lungair, do you still not have a final choice? Satan asked his daughter as he looked down. Lungair shook her head. Since father wants to help me decide, then you should decide to the end. After all, I can't change your mind. Isn't that right? Whatever you want me to do, I'll do it. Long Air's words sounded very obedient, but anyone could hear the resentment in her voice. Her marriage had been decided so carelessly. How could she not be angry? Moreover, she only had one candidate in mind. Satan seemed to not hear the dissatisfaction in his daughter's voice and nodded. Since that's the case, then you can continue waiting. It will end very soon. When there are only 10 people left, Father will definitely choose the most outstanding Black General's clan member to be your son-in-law. Chiyu had already spread his spiritual force to the greatest extent. Apart from the Demon King's citadel, he could almost clearly see every corner of the core circle of hell through his spiritual force. Whether it was the Black General's clan members who had already left the Central Plaza, or the remaining 100 or so people, or the Black General's clan, youths who had been struck by the lightning bead, his spiritual force could clearly sense the location of every single one of them. This was a wonderful feeling, as if he was holding more than 5,000 detonators in his hands, and could bring disaster to this place at any time. However, for Chiyu, this kind of disaster was far from enough. At this time, the core circle of hell was densely populated, and it was hard to imagine. Especially near the inner circle, it was already overcrowded. If he could have a few nuclear bombs, how wonderful would it be? At that time, even the Burning Legion would probably be wiped out by him. At the very least, he could help Satan get rid of the weaker ones. The break ended after 20 minutes, and most people dragged their tired bodies to stand up again. However, for the sake of their ultimate goal, their eyes were still flickering with excitement and bloodthirst. They had already come this far, and no one would retreat easily. Everyone hoped that they could be the lucky one. Satan waved his hand, and Lucifer, who was beside him, immediately ordered the competition to start again. The number of hesitant people was 125. Therefore, everyone was divided into 25 groups, and each group had 5 people. This time, it was no longer individual battles, but group battles. The 5 people in each group were temporary groups, and they had to defeat the other group to advance to the next round. The 25 hesitant groups were odd numbers, and after drawing lots, one of the groups would be lucky to get a bye. At this time, the group that could get a bye was obviously the luckiest. After all, there were only a few matches left. The 4 people who were in the same group as Chiyu were all angry and unwilling. In their opinion, being in the same group with the 2 winged clansmen had undoubtedly announced their fate of being eliminated. The disparity in strength would make it very difficult for them to compete with the other 24 groups. However, perhaps it was the arrangement of the heavens, as their group was actually lucky enough to get a bye. Heavens, great demon god, you finally care for your most sincere believer. This is great. This is just too wonderful. A middle-aged man from the Black General clan shouted excitedly. Among all the participants, he was one of the older ones. Apart from Chiyu, the other 3 people were also ecstatic. It should be known that getting a bye was not as simple as having one less match. At the same time, when the other groups tried their best to advance, their strength would definitely be greatly reduced. When that time came, they would be able to wait at ease, and they would very likely be able to advance to the finals. Of course, this was only what they thought. When Chiyu saw that his group had a bye, he could not help but be surprised. Looking at the excited faces of the other members of the Black General clan, he could not help but think to himself, "Do you need to be like this? I want to fight more. That's the only way I can kill more people." Brothers, let's discuss our next strategy. The middle-aged man from the Black General clan was obviously very experienced in battle. At this moment, there were grasshoppers tied on a string. The others hurriedly gathered around him. After all, there were 10 spots in the final round, and Satan would choose from among the 10. In other words, 2 groups would be chosen. At this moment, in order to obtain the right to be chosen, these fellows' belief in working together could be said to be unprecedentedly high. The 4 of them did not care about Chiyu's existence at all, and sat together in a circle. However, the more strength they had, the more chances they had of winning. In the end, the middle-aged man still called the lazy Chiyu over. "All right, everyone should be very clear about the situation at hand now. We're not very familiar with each other, so why don't we get to know each other first? My name is Pascal. Time is of the essence. Once this round ends, I'm afraid the next round will begin, and then there'll be 13 groups. I'm afraid it will be very difficult for us to be lucky enough to get a bye. I won't call you by your names. You can just call me number 1, and then you'll be number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5. The middle-aged man was the first to introduce himself. His hand finally pointed at Chiyu, who was also the so-called fifth brother. Our current chance is undoubtedly the greatest. Since we didn't participate in this round of the competition, we have more time to rest. When it's our turn to fight, I'm thinking that I'll be the main force and the 4 of you will be my support. When the time comes, as soon as the competition starts, we'll focus our attacks on one of the opponents. The 5 of us will launch energy attacks at the same time. If the effects are good, we might be able to instantly kill off one of the opponents. At that time, our chances of winning will greatly increase. Number 3 hesitated and said, but, number 1, His Majesty Satan has already said before that we should try our best to reduce the number of casualties during the competition. Number 1 said in a bad mood, reducing the number of casualties doesn't mean that there is no damage. This is a duel, not a competition. In order to obtain the right to be chosen, we must be unscrupulous. This is the ability that we, the people of hell, should master the most. Don't you understand? So what if one of us can obtain the recognition of His Majesty and Her Highness the Princess in the end? That's the most important thing. There's so many of us black generals. Isn't it normal for some to die? Besides, there have already been deaths before. Hearing number 1, whose name was Pascal, say this, Chiyu instantly felt that he was much more pleasing to the eye. He hurriedly nodded and said, I support number 1's decision. At this crucial moment, we must let go of all other thoughts and focus on victory. Number 1 glanced at Chiyu, who was the weakest, and said approvingly, That's right. Very well, since there are no objections, it's decided. When the time comes, everyone must give it their all and concentrate their attack energy on one point, catching the opponents off guard. After that, the number of enemies we'll be facing will increase from 5 to 4. To be able to hold out until now, I think everyone's strength is about the same. We have 4 4-wingers against the opponent's 4 4-wingers. If we want to obtain victory, we'll need a very long contest. And at this time, number 5, you'll be the key. When the time comes, what you need to do is launch a sneak attack. Focus on the opponent's weakest first. Join forces with our group to launch a sneak attack. As long as we can kill any one of them, then victory is already in sight. The battle strategy number 1 suggested was very simple, but very practical. In a situation where both sides' strength was about the same, using an artificial gap in numbers to obtain the final victory was undoubtedly the most labor-saving method. Black Chi rampaged in the central square, and huge amounts of dark energy could be seen everywhere. Rumbling sounds rose and fell, causing chaotic ripples to appear in this world filled with evil energy. This time, the competition ended much slower than Chiyu and the others had imagined. 5 against 5. In a situation where both sides' strength was about the same, the battles had become extremely bitter. Every group had gone through a battle of life and death before the final victor was decided. However, the severity of the battle's attrition had far exceeded Satan's expectations. A total of 24 groups had fought. Of the 12 groups that had won, 5 of them had lost the ability to continue fighting. And the remaining 7 groups that could continue, each and every one of them had become riddled with scars. From the beginning of entering the central square until now, they had consumed too much energy. It had become too difficult to continue fighting. In this round of the competition, the number of deaths was as high as 37 people. The total number of deaths was even higher than in the previous rounds when there were more participants. It could be seen how intense the battle was. Lucifer stood beside Satan and asked in a low voice, Your Majesty, what should we do now? It seems that it will be very difficult to continue. If we force it to continue, this competition will become unfair. Satan pondered for a moment and said, There are still 40 people. Except for the group that didn't participate in the previous battle, they have all consumed a lot of energy. This is exactly the ending I want to see. Lucifer, don't you think that this is the only situation where they can fully display their potential? Now, They're not only competing in terms of their energy and battle techniques. At the same time, they're competing in terms of their willpower. Whoever has a stronger willpower will be able to survive better. Only such a person is qualified to be my son-in-law. Lucifer hesitated and said, "Then, you mean—" Satan waved his hand and said, "Battle Royale. The remaining 40 people will engage in a battle royale. The 10 people who are still standing will be the victors. As for the group that didn't participate in the previous battle, let Matawikia go down and fight with them for 20 minutes. After that, the competition will begin." Lucifer finally understood Satan's meaning. He nodded his head and nodded to the terrifying demon king Matawikia behind him. Matawikia's eyes revealed a trace of malevolence. He, who had always been bloodthirsty and warlike, had long been unable to endure the battle below. Once he received Lucifer's instructions, he turned and walked down. Even with his status, he had to walk down from the Demon King's fortress and not fly down. This was Satan's authority. Lucifer stood on the platform. His voice spread far away under the influence of the enormous energy. Every hell creature in the core circle of hell could hear him. When Chiyu's group suddenly heard the bad news, their faces instantly turned pale. Their luck didn't continue, and the battle tactics they had discussed were no longer of use. Enduring the attacks of the six-winged, terrifying demon king Matawikia for 20 minutes was probably a greater loss of energy than fighting with the other groups. How would they have the chance to continue participating in the battle royale? The oppressive atmosphere made everyone feel as though they couldn't breathe. Number 1 roared angrily, "Let's go all out, brothers. No matter how the battle royale turns out, if we can't hold on for 20 minutes against Lord Matawikia, then the opportunity that we fought so hard for will disappear. There's no need to say anything else. Later on, we will be the main attackers. No one needs to be lazy. We must display our strength to the fullest. When the time comes, as long as we can hold on against Lord Matawikia's attacks, we will have a place in His Majesty Satan's memory." Number 2, number 3, and number 4 all agreed loudly. Chiyu nodded as well. "Matawikia, we meet again. You were the one who hurt me the last time. What gift should I give you this time?" Matawikia walked down from the Demon King's fortress. His body was close to the ground, as though he was gliding. In a few flashes, he had already arrived in front of Chiyu's group. The 6 wings on his back were fully opened, and a huge energy wave locked onto the youths of the black generals in front of him. To him, this mission was too easy for him. The difference between a 4-winged and a 6-winged was not just the ratio of the wings. It was a difference of several times. Be it in terms of energy, physical strength, or speed, a 6-winged was incomparable to a 4-winged. Although it was 1 against 5, to him, this was a very easy task. Number 1 respectfully said, "Lord Matawikia, please have mercy. If we can." Just as he said this, Matawikia waved his hand impatiently. "All right, let's begin." What a joke. His Majesty, Satan, was watching from above. With him around, it was impossible for him to go easy on them. He still wanted to live for another 2 years. Dark energy was released instantly, and Chiyu and the other 4 could clearly feel the air around them thickening. Number 1 to number 4 did not understand the reason. Only Chiyu knew. This was the power of a domain. Matawikia moved. Facing these 4-winged opponents, he had the right to be proud. His body flashed, and he punched out 5 times at the same time. 5 huge waves of energy smashed towards Chiyu and the other 4 like 5 huge hammers. His powerful attack was undoubtedly on display. Compared to when he was on Earth, he was indeed much stronger. However, compared to his strength on Earth, his current strength was far from Chiyu's speed of improvement. The other 4 subconsciously raised their hands, using all their dark energy to defend against Matawikia's attack. Meanwhile, Chiyu quickly took 2 steps back. Matawikia's domain did not affect him much. A faint light flashed, and Chiyu's hands lit up with a greenish-gray light. That was the power of the wind. When the wind condensed into a sharp blade, it fused with Kirin's origin energy and nature's origin energy in his right arm, forming his self-created Kirin's Shura blade. Seeing the opponent's energy attack in front of him, Chiyu's body did not move. He gently raised his right arm, and a greenish-silver light flashed. With a tearing sound, the ball of dark energy that was attacking him was split into two halves. The two halves flew past his body and let out an ear-piercing shriek. Number 1 to number 4 groaned at the same time. They were pushed back by Matawikia's attack. Matawikia was surprised, and his gaze fell on Chiyu. Chiyu did not retreat. He was the only one who did not retreat. Although he knew that Satan was watching from above, he did not want to hide his strength anymore. He stepped forward, and in the blink of an eye, he had already circled to Matawikia's side. The Shura blade sharpness was directly aimed at Matawikia's body. The sharpness of the blade shocked Matawikia. The energy in his body suddenly burst forth. At this moment, he no longer cared about the principle of not being able to fly here. His body floated up by 3 meters, and only then did he manage to dodge Chiyu's attack. His body swayed slightly in the air, and countless palm shadows were aimed at Chiyu. Kirin's swim showed his prowess under the support of Chiyu's enormous energy. He moved his body like the floating clouds and flowing water, dodging Matawikia's attacks. Although the surging dark energy was extremely powerful, he was always able to find a relatively weak spot. He used Kirin's Shura blade to dissolve the opponent's attack. Number 1, are you guys not going to make a move? Chiyu shouted. Number 1 and the other 3 only woke up from their dream. They thought to themselves, no wonder he could last until now, even with the strength of 2 wings. He could even withstand Matawikia's attack. It seemed that his strength was definitely not as simple as 2 wings. Even though they had such thoughts in their hearts, Number 1 and the others still dashed forward. As Matawikia's main focus was on attacking Chiyu, he instantly relaxed his control over his domain. This allowed the 4 of them to fully unleash their attacks. The combat power of the 4 four-winged black generals was still very strong. In an instant, the black energy in different forms kept flashing in the air. The huge energy collided, causing the energy ripples in the air to become stronger and stronger. Every time the energy collided, the entire central square would tremble. Other than the explosion just now, Chiyu immediately restrained himself. He did not launch any strong attacks. Instead, he mixed in with the other 4 and occasionally attacked Matawikia with his palm. As long as Matawikia attacked him, he would immediately turn around and run away. He would not give Matawikia any chance to catch him. Matawikia was very depressed. If he had a fair fight with his opponent, even if his opponent was strong enough to defeat him, he would not feel so bad. However, the current situation of the battle was very subtle. On the surface, he seemed to be fighting with the 4 four-winged black generals with all his strength. However, more than 70% of his attention was placed on the slippery 2-winged black generals. In Matawikia's eyes, Chiyu was like a venomous snake waiting for an opportunity to strike. He could explode and hurt people at any time. He had already experienced Chiyu's attacks in the 2 previous collisions. That extremely sharp energy did not feel strong, but it was very destructive. If he was not careful, his protective energy would be broken by Chiyu's Kirin Shura blade. This made him not dare to be careless. He was afraid that Chiyu would launch a sneak attack on him. Therefore, throughout the entire battle, he had been staring at Chiyu's movements. Chiyu's spiritual power also happened to be locked on him, so he did not dare to ignore him. Under such circumstances, how could Matawikia perform normally? As time passed, it became more and more strenuous for him to deal with it. At this moment, even Satan could not see the profoundness of this. After all, the feeling of being locked on by spiritual power could only be understood by the person being locked on. Chiyu looked at Matawikia, who was about to explode, and could not help but laugh in his heart. I'll give you some presents later. Consider it my repayment for injuring me back then. 20 minutes passed very quickly. Although Matawikia was unwilling, he definitely did not dare to go against Satan's words. Therefore, when the 20 minutes were up, he immediately unleashed an attack with all his might. Only then did he escape unscathed. His gaze that was filled with hatred was focused on Chiyu. He used his finger to point at Chiyu's head and said, "Brat, just you wait."